Hello.
Hi, do you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. We see you and hear you loud and clear in the room, so for me the test is perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you soon.
See you.
Test, test.
Est-ce que vous voulez que je les dispose déjà sur la table ou sur les chaises?
Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Please have a seat so we can stop that bell. We're gonna start. So, welcome everyone to Privacy Camp 2024. I'm Claire Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of EDRI, European Digital Rights. EDRI is one of the co-organizers of Privacy Camp, together with the VUB LSTS, Privacy Salon, the Institute of European Studies of the University Saint-Louis, and we are welcoming also this year 2 new institutional partners, the Institute for Information Law of the University of Amsterdam, and the Racism and Technology Center. So welcome, everyone. We have, it's the 12th edition of Privacy Camp, and that means Privacy Camp is entering its adolescence. And it's, moved from being a pre-CPDP activist-free conference to being one of the most influential events in Brussels to discuss digital policies. And as present-day teenagers, it's developed new features like a new website and streaming online so that more people can enjoy the content. But it's also building its identity in times of turmoil and existential crisis. So Privacy Camp is also a community of friends and of supporters that understand and want to reflect on the impact of technologies on society, whether it's old-timers or newcomers. So I would like to have a show of hands if you've attended more than 10 Privacy Camps. Ah, of course, the one and only Kirsten Fielder. Actually, 12, I think. More than 5? Yeah. All right. Is it your first one? All right. Well, welcome to everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. So this year's topic was an invitation to really investigate the systems that are shaping the field of privacy and data protection and digital rights, whether it's technical systems, political, societal systems. And we wanted to have conversation that talk about transformational systemic change. And I have to admit, it feels good because in Brussels, as many of you would know, we kind of fatigue around the current context. Social change feels a little bit stalled. And we really need more political conversations challenging the responses of Europe to the current crisis. So many of us will feel discouraged, anxious, or just really disturbed about the European Union responses to the challenges we face, whether it's the climate emergency or seeing the double standards in which the President of the European Commission will show when it comes to the ongoing violence in Israel and Palestine. So because technology can amplify this crisis, and because technology is not a silver bullet to these issues, it felt important to discuss that today. And I'm really glad that we have really bold conversations and that your submissions were really excellent this year. So really looking forward to discussions on digital exclusion, on data centers, on health data, on big tech power, on migration and surveillance, the gig economy, extractivism, decolonizing practices for the field, wartime surveillance, and the enforcement of privacy and data protection legislation. In this year of democracy, where many people will go vote around the world, we also felt it was important to discuss what are the digital futures we want to see. And EDRI has attempted to do that with its own manifesto around the EU elections, of course, but we wanted to be bringing the vision that we have for technologies that serve humanity, democracy, and the planet. So I'll leave you explore online on the EDRI website, what that looks like in practice, but essentially looking at 4 big visions that are accompanied with more detailed policy positions, which of course we will continue developing looking forward. We want a technology that is empowering people to flourish and to thrive. We want technologies that prioritize planet care, systems that prioritize safety, participation, and community care rather than surveillance and control, and technologies that are for, by, and of the people rather than centered around profit and innovation. And it really feels important, while there are current political parties that are putting their visions, talking about getting rid of privacy or centering just innovation and security, it does really feel important that there is an alternative vision from all corners of civil society. So we can't do that alone. I would encourage you, if you want to reach out and see how you can support us in amplifying that vision, and you can reach out on our website. A few thank yous, and then finally some practicalities before we can start. First of all, I want to thank our partners, and to begin with, the general partners of this event, the European Data Protection Supervisors. So a big round of applause for the team of the EDPS. It's the 7th year in a row that they're supporting the event and holding the EDPS Civil Society Summit within Privacy Camp. And this year is a special year also for the EDPS. They're turning 20. So I think for those who want to continue the party, there will be a celebration of Data Protection Day tomorrow, and an event I think that's open. Many of you will attend. We also look forward to the June summit, talking about democracy and the role of privacy in democracy. Privacy Camp will not be happening without the general support of EDRI funders, whether institutional or individual. So in order for the events to continue being free of access, we would encourage you, if you can, to donate to EDRI and to partners. You have the ability to do so with various posters in the space. This edition in particular was supported by Surfshark, TechHive, Mojic, and Cobbler. And now, thank yous for people. So first of all, the content committee of the event. So raise your hand if you're already here, and we will know who is and who is not at this time. Andrea Bellu from EDRI. Gloria Gonzalez from the VUB. Is Gloria around? Not yet. Rocco Bellanova from University of Saint Louis. And the newcomer in the content committee, Jill Toll from the University of Amsterdam and the Racism Technology Center. Thank you to the EDRI team, and in particular to Angie Noni, who's been leading on this event. Thank you so much. This year we're missing Guillermo Paris a lot, but we're also really happy to welcome Nevena Kripokavic-Martinovic to the EDRI team that you will see around. Here she is. Welcome, Nevena. And so some practicalities. We have a safety team that is responsible also to act upon the community guidelines that you should have received. So safety team people, if you're here, we have Nevena. Paige, I see you. Can you wave so that people can recognize you? Daniel, yeah, in the back. And if you don't know where these people are, you can always go to the reception center table, and they will direct you to these people. Lunch is served at 12:30 in the foyer, so please be on time. And remember that there are people with the red lanyards that do not want to be photographed or on camera. For these people as well, please be mindful about the location of the streaming cameras if you don't want to be on camera. And voila, that's it. We have now 3 sessions starting. So I will announce them, and then you'll have hosts introducing each sessions. Here in this room, we have the digital exclusion talk. In the boudoir, we have the discussion on health data. And in the salon, the discussions on down with data centers. So thank you very much. Enjoy the day, and I see you later.
It's on, but I haven't unmuted from my mixer. Just make me a sign.
Yeah. All speakers here?
Yeah, Alex is here.
Okay, great. And you know about like the streaming, so he'll be sitting on the side.
I think I'm gonna move the chairs.
Yeah, I can help you. Hi, everyone. We're starting with the session on digital exclusion here. If you're here for it, please take a seat. And if you're not here for the session, please find your way to the session you want to go to. Okay. Okay, hi everyone, I'm Shubham, I'm from EDRI, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Privacy Camp, and it's great to see you all here today. A housekeeping announcement repetition that the sessions in this room are all live streamed. So if you're, just please be mindful of the cameras. There's one behind you, and there's one over there. So if you're wearing a red lanyard and do not want to be recorded or filmed, just be mindful of the cameras. Yeah, so it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the session on digital systems of exclusion, accessibility, and equity in public services. The session will address the increasing digitalization of all aspects of our daily lives, including access to public services such as health, education, political participation, social benefits, you name it. What all of this increasing digitalization brings with it a lot of risks of surveillance, privacy violations, profiling, and exclusion, especially for those most marginalized among us. So we have a panel of great speakers for you for this session. I'd like to welcome Carla Prudencio Ruiz, Sergio Perez Barranco, Nawal Mustafa, and Alex. And the session will be moderated by my amazing colleague at EDRI, Chloe, who's a senior policy advisor. Yeah, can we please welcome our speakers and moderators with a round of applause?
Thank you, Shubham, for the introduction. Welcome everyone to the first panel session of Privacy Camp 2024. I'm super happy to kickstart this year's edition in company of 4 excellent speakers. I will introduce them a bit more in details as we go through the flow of our conversation today. And before I start with some introductory remarks to set a little bit the scene of the topic that we're going to discuss today, I would like to highlight that 3 of these 4 speakers could not, unfortunately, make it to Brussels today to attend in person, so they're joining us remotely, and I hope they will soon appear on the screen. Otherwise, it's going to be a long time alone. And for our online audience, I would like to specifically warn you that the 4th speaker who is with me on stage, Alex, has requested not to appear on the streaming on camera. So do not worry if you hear his voice, but you still see me. It's not a bug. It's simply we're respecting his privacy choice. So despite all these engagement barriers, obstacles, I think I can speak on behalf of the 5 of us that we are committed to make this session nonetheless lively and engaging. So now I would like to start setting a little bit the scene for the focus of our conversation today, the digital systems of exclusion in public interest services. I will start with the most obvious, with an example. In October 2023, so last year, hundreds of people and 200 NGOs protested against a legislative proposal to oblige all public administrations in Brussels here in the region to offer their services online. And this obviously without the guarantee that other alternatives such as post, welcoming desks, and phone lines would be maintained. So there was a huge public outcry and people got to the streets. This year, the year before, the Belgian Digital Inclusion Barometer had concluded that the acceleration of digitalization during the COVID pandemic benefited above all to those who are already socioeconomically and culturally privileged. And so people with lower levels of education and income had suffered the most from the even temporary abolition of physical counters, any other kind of offline means to access essential services. And today, still half the Belgian population is considered as what they call digitally vulnerable, which means they either have no access to the internet or they are, don't possess adequate skills. Digitalization has long been justified as a mode of increasing and facilitating access to essential services. It's served to us like this, with this narrative, and especially include those who are far removed from these services or from any other governmental systems. So it is framed as a practical solution to address existing inequalities through the introduction of internet-based services. And so digitalization agendas also come with a certain promise of efficiency to a certain extent, with also the use of algorithmic systems that automate certain parts of administrative decision-making processes, and this in the wider context of public administration, public austerity programs. But probably the opposite is true to all of these promises. Often tech systems create new barriers to access services, and they exacerbate the social exclusion of those who are already excluded. For example, online forms that are not designed to be filled on smartphones, while smartphones are actually statistically the only device or the only means for people marginalized and excluded to access the internet, like undocumented people, people on the move, or people experiencing poverty. Not only does digitalization increase the risk of people not exercising their basic rights, but it also generates more violence. The integration of algorithm in administrations is often a vehicle for the introduction of more social control through the introduction of surveillance technologies, and technologies that have been proven to specifically target racialized communities. So technology in the public services undermine fundamental rights in general, the rights to social security and assistance, the right to equity, non-discrimination and dignity. And the introduction of AI systems contribute to embed further what we call hegemonic positions. So rather than stopping inequalities, it seems like technology produces even more. And this is what we're going to question and map today on this panel. The topic is of actually high relevance today. It is an agenda that is largely pushed at European level by the European Commission. There is an impetus from European policies to promote a strong European economy, and that goes with the digitalization of public services. The Commission published in December 2022 its Digital Decade Policy Program. And one of the core objectives of this policy program is obviously to reach 100% of key public services to be accessible online by 2030. A note on definitions for this panel: we will use interchangeably, thank you, the terms public interest, public, essential, or vital services, but we all understand what it means. It's basically services that are essential to the enjoyment of social and economical rights and for the participation to civic life. Social welfare, education, health, and so on and so forth. We're not writing an academic paper, thank God, here, so please be mindful that we are going to use a variety of terms. They all designate more or less what I just described. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker, which is Sergio Perez Banco, who is a policy officer at the European Federation of National Organizations working with the homeless. He's leading the federation's work on youth and LGBTQI+ homelessness. Sergio? Yes. If you can hear me. FEANSA,
Yes.
your federation, published a policy paper on digital inclusion for homeless people and homeless service providers in 2021. This paper, in there, you identify a number of benefits that technology brings for homeless people, but you also list quite a number of challenging and additional barriers. Could you tell us how digitalization of public service impact people in homelessness, please?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, so thank you so much, Chloe, for the introduction. As you said, I work in FEANSA, which represents NGOs that work at local or national level in the fight against homelessness. And yeah, we have more than 100 members all across Europe. And yeah, we represent the rights of the people in homelessness in the European Union. And it's been some years that we have been working on the link between homelessness and digital transition, because right now this transition is affecting all domains. So it's also affecting those who are also more excluded and marginalized, like people in homelessness. And I think that your question about the digitalization of public services is very interesting, because now more and more services, both public and private, are being only digital or digital by default. And this means that for those people that have some barriers or challenges related to their economic conditions, their material deprivation, the lack of housing stabilized situation, etc., this is really a challenge. What we see is that if these barriers are overcome, it can bring some benefits, like, for example, having updated information about several services. And here we have examples from Copenhagen, from the Czech Republic, or France. Like we have several applications where they can access updated information about the services that people in homelessness use. Also, it can improve the contact with social workers, reminding appointments with the whole social network, etc. And also, like, it can even be a tool to look for accommodation, to look for jobs, etc. As it happens to any of us nowadays right now, that if we want to get a job, or if we want to, I don't know, move out to a different place, wherever, we go on the internet and we search for several options. But there are several barriers basically related to affordability of devices, the lack of stabilized internet connection. If you go, for example, to libraries or shelters to have free Wi-Fi, the networks are usually not good enough, or they don't have all the privacy and security checks that all the private networks have. And also there is the matter of digital skills. If people don't have these skills, then it's quite difficult to access a number of services. So what we see is that if these barriers are not tackled, then digital transition can further exclude people in homelessness. And in the end, it endangers like the very core principle of equality in accessing public services. So yeah, when states started developing public administration and so on, one of the very first principles was establishing an equality of access, regardless of conditions. So de facto, this digital transition can really mean that some people could be able to access some essential services, and some people maybe are not able anymore just because they don't have the economic conditions or the housing or an adequate situation, and that is very worrying.
Thank you. Yes. So the situation already highlights like the core issue of access, and a number of problems related to accessibility of the service, and the practicalities. There, as I mentioned in the introduction, there is also a dimension that once people access the services, there is a new barrier that is created with the use of certain automation tools within decision-making processes. And so second, I am delighted to introduce Nawal Mustafa, who is a legal officer at the Public Interest Litigation Project, PILP. This is a Dutch organization conducting strategic litigation for fundamental rights. And she's also a research associate at the, she's a postdoctoral researcher at the Free University of Amsterdam. Nawal, your research interest focuses very much on the Dutch history of slavery and its intersection with law. And so you have been analyzing and closely following the Salle case in the Netherlands, which is now quite well known. Before maybe discussing and going into the detail of the relevance of the case from a racial justice perspective, could you briefly explain, for those who haven't followed in detail, what the scandal is about and what were the concrete material consequences of such use of digital technology in the welfare state?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to this session and also for organizing the 12th, was it the 12th
Correct,
privacy
yes.
camp? Yeah, so wonderful. I haven't had the opportunity to come to any of them. So hopefully this will be
next year.
Next year, hopefully. So just to go into what the Salle case is, it was a system information, it's called System Risk Indicator. That's the acronym Salle. Is a risk. It is a risk profiling system used by the Dutch government that linked and analyzed large amounts of data, personal data of citizens. So the type of data that was collected through different agencies and ministries and governmental organizations are identity, employment, whether you own property or not, what type of education you have, your retirement, income, assets, you name it. So anything that you can compile and collect in terms of personal data was used, but also, like pension and debts and so on. So, and it's a very extensive list of things that they collected from a large amount of organizations. And so this tool that was initially used to kind of prevent abuse of social security benefits and to combat tax fraud was based on a law that is meant to prevent social benefit. Initially, it was not based on a law, but eventually, when concerns were raised by also people within the government, there was a legal ground found within the social benefit legislation in the Netherlands. And the problem I want to highlight the fact that the advances in technology always are faster than the laws. So the laws always have to try to catch up in order to mitigate the harm that's being caused by these technologies that we're using. So this was also the case here. But the problem is with this type of system is that it led to profiling of citizens in specific neighborhoods, namely the two neighborhoods in Rotterdam South, and it created so-called wonder addresses which were viewed addresses in these neighborhoods, which were viewed as addresses with more risk or increased risk of fraud. So based on the algorithm, there are certain neighborhoods selected that is thought to have more, that is thought to likely commit more fraud, welfare fraud, and so on. So and these people were then included in a register, and they could then be subjected to criminal or administrative investigation and sanctions. So initially, they didn't do anything. There was no suspicious or whatsoever. But based on the based on the collection of the data and the way the data was analyzed and compiled, they were perceived to be fraudulent or higher risk of fraudulent and could be subjected to administrative and sanctions. So the issue is that by perceiving these people as more or less fraudulent than other neighborhoods or people in other neighborhoods, you assume that they are a priori suspect, right? So they are suspected, and it takes away the whole presumed innocence within the law. You cannot assume that everybody within society is basically a suspect. That's what you're creating. And I'm saying everybody within society, but it's not everybody. It's racialized and poor people. So it's specifically targeted to neighborhoods that are not affluent, neighborhoods where the majority of the people who live there have a migration background, as we call it in the Netherlands. So I think that's an introduction to the case. I can say more about that, but I'll leave it for this.
Yeah, Nawal, can are you familiar with some of the consequences this scandal had on the affected families? Like some concrete, what does it mean for them?
Yeah, so the thing is, it was not used. The system was eventually not used because of the litigation case, right? So it didn't really lead to a real material consequences for the families or the people who were linked to it. But what I would like to kind of link this is a case prior to the child benefit scandal that we've had in the Netherlands. And what you see is in that specific case, so it's not the Syria case, but if the Syria system was used, then I think it would lead to similar consequences as in the case of the child benefit scandal, which also accused some people of fraud who received a child benefit from the government. And in that case, what you see is that it disproportionately had an impact on racialized minorities. Again, in the Syria case, you see that the neighborhoods and the people that are being targeted are racialized minorities, right? And poor people. So it's just the combination of class and race that come together in these circumstances, both in the child benefit scandal and in the Syria case. So you see that combination of being less affluent and being racialized as a very decisive and very important element in who's being impacted by these technologies. Another thing that you saw in the case of the child benefit scandal is that people lost their jobs, people lost their companies, they lost their houses, they lost their children in some cases because they couldn't pay their rent or couldn't pay their mortgage, which led, or they didn't have enough money to spend because they kept paying the government back for the fines that they received and for the so-called child benefit that they received in a fraudulent manner. So that also led to children being placed outside of the house because the parents no longer were considered to being able to take care for them. So it's not only financial consequences, it's really, really material consequences for people.
Thank you so much. And also thank you for bringing the childcare benefit scandal, which is very informative for the rest of Europe, actually, in how bad things can go. And actually, this is not an issue that is solely and isolated in the Netherlands, but also very much across EU member states. And this is why now I turn to Alex. Alex is the campaign officer of La Quadrature du Net, who is a EDRI member in France. And La Quadrature du Net has been mobilizing since 2022, approximately, against the use of social control algorithm by French public administrations. You, sorry, worked to auto-tune. You worked to reveal how they used those algorithms to exclude people and treat basically everyone as a suspect of fraud. Alex, La Quadrature has been mapping the different institutions using algorithm for social control, but you have been focusing on specifically one of them, which is the Caisse Nationale d'Allocation Familiale, la CNAF. The family branch of the French welfare system. And you recently managed to obtain and publish the source code of one of the algorithms used by the CAF. It's no longer in use, but you're going to explain it to us. Can you describe what you discovered by accessing this source code?
Hi. So yeah, at La Quadrature, we work on that subject, but actually it's really similar to the theory case. And France has been using similar algorithm for quite a long time. Began in the early 2010. But we took our time to get a look at it. And when we began to work on la CNAF, which is so the French family branch, which also handle the minimum income benefits for French population. We discovered that this algorithm, the CNAF, was the first institution to use such algorithm, but then it was used as a model, and actually this use of risk scoring algorithm to rationalize control, to select people to be controlled, has now spread to basically the health branch of the French welfare system and the elderly branch of the French welfare system. So you find it everywhere, very similar algorithm. What we did on the CNAF was a good example because it was the first institution that did it in France, so we had the most documentation on it. And there was some research that showed that the introduction of the algorithm led to a rise in the share of the poorest among the people being controlled. So we had some clues that the algorithm was in itself discriminatory. However, then you basically rewrote a few papers, but you're in this situation where la CNAF say, okay, no, this isn't true, and you basically, at the end, you need to find the code just to put to publish it and to say to the administration, no, you have to recognize that there is maybe something wrong in it. So we struggled to get the source code and we published it.
How long did it take?
1 year maybe. Ouais. And maybe, okay, one trick for those who work on that subject, because we, okay, so like CNAF said, basically, if we publish the algorithm, people will begin to cheat, okay, to manipulate their risk scoring, which is something difficult to hear, because basically at la CNAF, if you, as we will see, the risk is very high for poor people. So basically, la CNAF was saying, okay, you will begin to lie on your declaration to act as if you were rich to get minimum income benefits. So this is something like totally mauvais.
It's ironic.
Ironic, ouais.
It's absurd.
Voilà, absurde, grave. Okay, so the trick that we used, he said, okay, the algorithm was used for 10 years, so we knew that there were several versions of it, and we just went to the French administration that is in charge to decide whether or not you can access some public documents. We just say, okay, give us the older versions that are no longer used, and so the CNAF cannot say that people will trick on their older score. So we got it, and what we found basically is what the research showed before, that among the factors that were used to score people, you had those that will degrade your score will be like low income, unstable employment, being a single mom, living in a poor neighborhood. There are some debates because we lack some variables, but the CNAF asks to use a variable whether or not you were born in the EU. So to discriminate, foreign people.
Based on your birthplace.
Yeah, based on your birthplace. And so we were able to get it, do some small simulation, of risk scoring, and just to say to the CNAF, okay, now you can no longer lie about it. So this is everyone can check what is in the algorithm, and now we are in this place where we are waiting for the CNAF reactions. And
so for now, they have not reacted to your analysis of the algorithm.
They have reacted, and they are still trying to deny everything, which is a bit weird because the code is a code. I mean, everybody can read it. So
the code doesn't lie.
Yeah, the code doesn't lie. Only one thing, okay, because we are prepared because the problem with the code, but maybe it's too much details. But the problem of proxy. So okay, today they use low income, which is too obvious, that it is a discriminatory variable. So we are actually expecting the CNAF to change the algorithm to use proxy for low income, And so to maybe one day publish a new version saying, okay, we no longer use those and those and those variables, but we know that, and maybe this will be another part, but we know that to be efficient, this algorithm needs to focus on people, especially people receiving the minimum income benefits. But we can discuss that later.
Yeah.
So proxy variables are the problem we may have today.
The next frontier. Okay. Thank you very much for exposing the situation in France. I'd like now to go to take a step back and introduce our last speaker for this first panel round, who is Carla Prudencio Ruiz. And she acts as a technology, policy, and digital rights researcher for Rhizomatica. She sits on the board of directors of this organization. And she's also an advocacy officer at Privacy International, who is also an EDRI member. Carla, you've been working for a long time through your work in Rhizomatica with rural and indigenous communities on connectivity issues and digital rights. The idea of digitalization through interconnectivity, we said, was sold as a natural way to guarantee inclusion and participation of those that are currently excluded from society, and in this way trying to tackle inequalities. And you wrote an article titled "Keeping It Analog, a framework for opting out of connectivity," with your colleague Peter Bloom. And that can be quite an uncomfortable read for many of us, including the digital rights community. In this article, you argue that the internet can no longer be seen as this utopic, empowering tool, but connectivity is rather a vector of further fundamental rights violations that also drives inequality and undermines cultural self-determination for certain communities. Can you share with us this critical perspective that you developed on the paradigm that connectivity has become an end goal?
Hi, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here, and I hope I can be in presence next year, and that we can chat around these issues that are that have a lot of complexities. As you were saying, I think my part is stepping back a little bit, not talking a lot about the use, but also how we get here. And as you were saying, I think we have two main paradigms. One is that connectivity is always preferable to disconnection. Even this idea of disconnection, we can start testing it, because it's not that these communities are disconnected at all, but disconnection for the internet. And the second idea is that this means that achieving connectivity is the thing that we need to be taking care, and it doesn't matter how we achieve connectivity, the means doesn't matter, because when the access is reached, we can start thinking about what's happening, or how this will develop things, or how this will be an enabler for accessing or exercising human rights. So I think those both things are problematic for several reasons. First, as I was saying at the beginning, the concept of digital divide is a colonial concept because it divides the world into two sides. Those what are already connected and they are perceived as advanced, as developed, as someone that needs to help the other part of the world, which is not connected, it's undeveloped, and it needs to be safe from this situation. And also because the other part of the world, those that are not connected, are perceived as a as a similar group. We are talking about half of the world, more than 3 billion people, and we think they share some characteristics, and they don't. Like they are like an heterogeneous group that have different cultures, different realities, different languages, and different like even goals around this issue of digital technologies, different dreams, how they want to do it, why they want to do it. So we are treating this half of the world as if it was some homogeneous thing, and it is not. So that's other thing that it's problematic, because we are thinking the solutions of bridging the digital gap as if they were solutions one fits all, and that's not true. And the third one is what you were saying, that is this idea that connectivity is about being able to participate more fully in society or in an economy, or accessing some human rights. And as you all were saying, that's not necessarily true. And with connectivity, we can also say that digital technologies are not necessarily like bringing these issues, but also a lot of risks that we are not talking a lot about in the connectivity world. And the initial hope that this was like internet was this decentralized architecture that will allow everyone to join and to be like to express themselves and to access to information and to be able to get services, public services. We have a lot of proofs that it's not necessarily true now. Few companies own the upper and lower layers of internet connection. Like we are not only thinking about like applications or social networks, but also a few companies own the cables, like the infrastructure itself, which is problematic. And we can also see now that internet allows a lot of inequalities, and there, for example, the erosion of privacy in these communities, and like for all people, that they allow surveillance for government and also companies, and they allow a lot of the inequalities that you were talking about. So we are, I mean, for example, in the pandemic, in the COVID, we all saw that everyone was turning their projects into connectivity. A lot of like funds were developed on that. A lot of organizations start like working on that because we thought like this is the thing we need to do. And like you were saying, I've been working on this project for a long time. It's not that I'm not like yeah, I'm part of the problem, I think. But the issue was like how we can stop and see if we can do better and think about internet, digital tools as also a thing that we can be scared of.
Thank you. Yes, it's about time also to realize and reflect on our own position in when we run projects, making sure that it actually serves people. So I think it's a very valuable reflection that you're sharing with us. And it's really good that you highlighted really how digitalization is sort of a symptom of the structural violence of the colonialist and capitalist systems. And this is where we tie in with the the theme of Privacy Camp. It's really trying to uncover the societal and economic systems that underlie or hide behind those technologies. And maybe this is a really good transition to come back to Alex for looking at the CNAF algorithm. La Quadrature has framed the algorithm you uncovered as a technological alibi for an unfair policy, which I think is a very good summary of what we're trying to show here. And the algorithm is inherently discriminatory because the policy it serves is inherently discriminatory. Can you explain a little bit the political nature of this algorithm and why it is considered discriminatory?
Yes. Maybe on two parts. The first one is how the alibi part is how the manager of the CNAF used the algorithm, to valorize their own work. So basically, when they introduced it in 2012, they increased the profitability of controls, and we'll come back to that just after. And they started to publish, reports showing that their control were more and more efficient, and they were very proud of their new algorithm. And they sold, the view of modern administration using data mining and AI to rationalize control. However, while doing so, they never opened the black box of the algorithm. So basically, they were not saying that they were targeting that to get more money out of the control, that they were targeting the most poorest of the people that they are supposed to help. Actually, the French family branch of the welfare French system is supposed to help the people in need. Yeah. So the alibi was to say, okay, we have something, but we don't say what's inside. What the internal of the algorithm. What was the violence that was created by this algorithm, and. This is only now, that we published the algorithm, that they are saying, okay, the first thing that they changed in their public discourse, that they said that before, in 2010, they were saying that the algorithm was just to fight fraud, okay? So when we say that, okay, so now you're basically saying that the poorest are more prone to fraud, the CNAF just said, okay, no, it's not that, it's not used to fight fraud, okay? To the risk score is not the probability of being a fraudster, it's the probability of getting undue benefit, which is true, which is in the data, how it was trained. And what is interesting here is that, actually the algorithm, the way it was trained, so it was a data mining basic algorithm with a training data set of people that were
historical data from
la CNAF. And the fact that the more poor, especially the people living on minimum income benefit, or receiving minimum income benefit, were more likely to receive to have undue benefit.
Undue payments.
Undue payments.
So they're paid too much, and now the administration realized they've been paid too much, so need to pay back.
Exactly. So when you do control, you ask for some money back. The CNAF knew well before it developed the algorithm that undue payments were concentrated on minimum income benefits because minimum income benefits are the most complex benefits, are the benefits with the most complex rules. Okay, why minimum income benefits have the most complex rules in France? It's because it's accumulation of basically far right or right legislation saying, okay, the poor will use French welfare system, so we need to introduce more stringent rules, to make sure that only the good poor receive money. So at the end, what you have is that you have an algorithm that is efficient in basically targeting the most poorest. And what it does is that it reveals the complexity of the rules that is itself a consequence of
Right-wing policies?
right-wing policies, okay? Lutte contre l'assistanat.
Oh, that is a complicated one. But like the general policy to go against unemployed people being considered as lazy and so on. I don't know how to.
Exactly. So voilà. So in a sense, just the algorithm is a reflection of something much more, of something totally political. And this is exactly why we say that la CNAF cannot improve the algorithm. It cannot make the algorithm not discriminatory, because for the algorithm to be efficient, it has to target the poorest. So we are waiting for some modification, as I was saying before. We are waiting for the introduction of proxy and the removal of the most offensive
controversial
variables.
variables.
But the very nature of the algorithm, because it reflects the nature of the French social system, has to target those people, has to be discriminatory to be efficient. So this is the end. Right.
And you said it's profitable because that was for CNAF a very political choice to go after undue payment, because if they would gain more, like they would be more profitable, is what you said.
And this is the end of the story, is that actually, and this is where actually this is one of the key insights of what we did at La Quadrature on that subject, is that we were saying, okay, control has always existed in the French social system. So basically you're saying, okay, what does it change to make it, to control people based on the risk curve, you know? What does it change, philosophically? And what we realized is that before the introduction of the algorithm, manager of la CNAF had to meet, you know, and to decide, okay, this year we're going to control 30% of minimum income benefits people, but we will also control a bit of the other, you know, population to which we give benefits. So they had to be accountable, you know, for the choice they made to control some population more than other. As soon as the algorithm was introduced, basically the share of marginalized people being controlled could increase, because everybody was saying it's not us, it's the algorithm, you know, and nobody knows what is inside the algorithm. And we have tons and tons of documents on that. We have even a quote from a controller saying it's not me that says that I will control 500 minimum income benefits recipients, it's the algorithm. And this is also another side of the technological alibi that you find. Nobody has no longer the responsibility for the policy itself.
And for the outcomes.
For the outcomes, yeah, which is maybe, right.
Thank you, Alex. Now, well, the Syria case is also a very good illustrative case for that, how technology reinforces discriminatory policies and how they feed into them. How do you see this automated punishment approach in social welfare as a form of racialized surveillance and criminalization?
Yeah, so as I said, it really connects to, you know, the specific neighborhoods that are being targeted. Neighborhoods are used as a proxy for race and class both. But I think a more fundamental point that I would like to say that connects both to what Alex was saying, but also what's happening in the Netherlands broader in relation to, you know, this specific case, but also in other cases, the child care benefit scandal, but also, you know, recently we had Follow the Money published a report about the city of Rotterdam using ethnicity in order to kind of predict whether somebody is likely to commit a violent crime or not. So you have all of these algorithms that are being used. And I think the more fundamental point that I'm interested in, and I'm kind of thinking about with all of these cases, and it really came up to me again as I heard Alex speak, is the issue of for who is the welfare state and from whom does it need protection, and that has been crucial from the first moment that the notions of welfare state were created, right? So it's always presented as something that will help the poor and so on and so forth, and provide a lot of these social assistance that people might need. But what you see is that as that notion is present in as these institutions are all being set up, at the same time there is this notion of that these institutions are simultaneously at a risk existed and continues to exist. The only thing that is maybe interesting in the digital space is how digital technologies are now being used more and more in order to maintain that outlook on welfare state and welfare institutions. So I think it is, and that's where the colonialism and also capitalism come into play, right? It's a continuum. It's not something novel or something new, and that's what you continue to see. And the point that Alex was making about nobody's taking responsibility. I mean. Theoretically, automated decision making should be checked by a human being, so that otherwise it's unlawful. But at the same time, the people themselves that are supposed to doing the checks do not understand where the data comes from and what the data is doing. So then how can they actually assess the harms and so on? So it's not necessarily that their task is to kind of check where their harms are coming, and that's more and more becoming my analysis. It's more to see if the system is working or not. And I don't think they care about what the system, the negative impact that the system is doing. So because the Syria case was struck out before it was outrolled throughout the country, I like to build on the examples that I have from the child care benefit scandal. And there where you see is, okay, so for instance, if I am being targeted by Siri or this other issue, and they perceive me as a fraudulent person, I will get a letter informing me of that. That letter is oftentimes automated. You react to that letter, but then you go into these complaint mechanisms that continuously say, this is how it works. This is what the system said. And there's no way for you as an individual or as a collective to actually go to battle to that. And that's what the childcare benefit scandal in the Netherlands actually showed. And it showed that all of the institutions that were supposed to have checks and balances in place do not function like that. So even the courts in the case of because it's an administrative issue, the courts are not checking. We call it a marginal test. They do this marginal test, which is basically they check whether the law is applied in a consistent and coherent manner, in a good manner. That's it. It's not. They're not checking whether what the facts are and what the circumstances are and so on. So afterwards, once all of these people's lives have been damaged and been impacted on so negatively, that's when we have a collective awareness thinking about, oh, maybe we should have done more as courts, as like all of the instances of the courts, but also within the institutions that are using these data driven systems and so on. So what I see is also not only a lack of responsibility, but also lack of unwillingness. Basically, it's not lack, it's unwillingness and unawareness of the deep impact these institutions, these technologies have. And I think that unwillingness comes from this long colonial history of and colonial capitalist history, where the welfare system always should be protected from the people that it should be serving. So that's the kind of the contradiction that I continue to see, and that has been there for.
Yeah, and it's really well how you explain how this reverse ideology is taking place. It has also like colonial roots and racist roots. I think it really kind of confirms how technologies codify racialized surveillance and control. And there is also, in what you mentioned, this lack of actually existing effective remedies is very telling in the impact on the most marginalized and racialized communities. there is also something that I would like to highlight in how the introduction of such technologies in public services and in the welfare state, as you described, it's normalizing a punitive approach. We go, like, it's exactly what you're describing. It's protecting the social welfare state against those that are supposed to benefit from it. And it takes the form of punition, of sanctions. And this normalization of sanctions was never actually open to debate of democratic decision. And there is no quite good layout of evidence for the efficiency of such a punitive approach in the welfare state. And so digitalization of public services for me also imposed kind of an undemocratic shift in the public sector in terms of how we decide to go about how to assist people, how we go about social security. And it really puts a focus on preemptive intervention based on prediction, based on systematic punitive response. And so it has a concrete impact on how we allocate funding, public funding, in the social welfare state. But it also has concrete impact on the mission of people working in welfare functions. And there was one article drafted in Belgium again by a journalist from the independent media Médor, an investigative magazine. And one of the social workers she interviewed said, we always dealt with administrative problems, but now playing the role of public service secretaries is preventing us from carrying our mission of providing emancipatory social support. Sometimes I get the impression that the authorities are hoping that people don't exist anymore. I want to turn on to Sergio and ask you whether any of your members of your does it impact their core mission of assistance, of social support?
So as I said, it's also like impacting a lot social work and the work to provide kind of autonomy for people in homelessness. In many service providers and many social workers like are currently doing this job of digital mediation, etc. And they see it in kind of they see the two sides of the coin. They see that it is very often necessary for people excluded in order to access rights. So this work on digital mediation is seen as a tool for autonomy. So it's seen as a useful tool and maybe like another part of their job. But on the other side, sometimes they are not trained enough in order to provide this kind of help. There is like still like a big gap in social education and social work schools across Europe about this digital mediation and digital stuff. And sometimes they also see that instead of doing their actual job of providing more resources in terms of helping in psychosocial support, in helping in job counseling, helping to find stable accommodation, etc. Sometimes they see that they lose most of the time trying to help people manage online forms, trying to look for or get devices in order to do all these kind of procedures online, be it with public but also with private services. So they see like the two sides of the coin, like sometimes as a tool for autonomy and as part of their job, and also like sometimes with kind of fears that that this will impact negatively the core of their work. And there are also like many concerns in terms of privacy and personal information, also related to increasing demands from public services. For example, when public welfare systems fund homeless service providers, they may request kind of basic data or demographics about people that are hosted in shelters, for example. And then this burden is put on the social workers that are working in these services. And sometimes, for example, if they are asked to collect data on a family situation or migration status, this is actually very delicate information and very concerning in terms of privacy. So in the end, it's social workers that are put in a position that they are not supposed to be. And yeah, this all relates to the debates that you were all talking about, politicization of public welfare systems, this kind of suspect that people that request welfare benefits or social services are kind of not good enough in order to access them. Also, it concerns the digital divide that Carla was talking about. So, of course, like for people who are socially excluded, digital exclusion can even like further exacerbate all the negative outcomes. So, so yeah, I think that we really need to challenge this narrative that digital technologies are always good, no matter what, because we see that it's not the case always.
Absolutely. And I think it's very powerful when you describe how social workers are kind of obliged to enforce a policy that they haven't chosen or they don't, maybe probably wouldn't support to actually carry out their job, and they turn into like data collectors for the welfare state. So that put them in a very bad situation. Last question of this second panel round, and then I will open the floor for questions from the audience. So I invite you to think if you ever want to ask a specific question to one of our panelists. I want to give the floor to Carla and asking you further on your view on the transformation of the public sector's core mission that we just described, and how it is often accompanied by a spiraling influence. I stole that from my colleague Sarah, a spiraling influence of the private sector in public areas, because they're often the one offering the technical solution.
To shrink the digital divide at all costs. A lot of actors are entering to this. You have governments, you have communities itself that are also having their own systems that it's important to recognize. They have their community networks, their own infrastructure, but also we have some private actors, some companies that are entering to the space. And if we said like, okay, the people that it's not already connected are those that can afford it, or that are like racially excluded, or a lot of exclusion you can see there, or maybe they don't want, but they are not profitable enough for companies to enter to this space. So the next question is why they are doing it. And we can see that they are doing it because they think in a different business model, more related with data extraction, with surveillance campaigns, with a lot of things that are like closely related with erosion of privacy and human rights. So the relationship there, like we need to understand what is like the things that we are giving when we allow these companies to start connecting or starting introducing these new technologies. And like I don't know, like the famous case is like Facebook with this program, Free Basics, which was like designed to connect communities. First, they weren't providing internet. They were just providing some access to some platforms, which is by definition, it's not internet. We have a lot of problems with net neutrality there, but whatever. And also they are extracting a lot of data for the communities. So I think that's a big issue of how private actors are reshaping this. And if we can see like that we are increasingly using the internet as a vehicle in the best cases, but sometimes as a substitute of providing a public service or access a human right, for example, in health services, but also in education or even in welfare systems. Like if you are using this vehicle, we can also see that increasingly states and governments are focusing more on how we will acquire the digital tool or how we will connect this community, because we like this is, I call it like the internet band-aid, like it helps to everything. So they are not focusing on the structural inequalities that are behind these issues, but because they have like a easy solution or a easy fix, which is like, okay, we cannot provide education, which is something really difficult, structural, and inequality that is there. So we will provide internet because whatever, we can have like a specific program or education system there. So they are like starting to substitute like these things. And also, as you were saying, like the funds are like focus on this, and if you focus, like if you start like following the money and starting to say like what's happening, why instead of like giving books they are using facial recognition in schools, because they think that's the way they can tackle in assistance, like they can tackle people missing school, you know. So they will put like a facial recognition system instead of putting an extra teacher who cares more about this. So the funds are also like are being misused by states with the same narrative behind that this will solve everything. And that means like a lot of private actors trying to profit from this issue. And we need to say, well, how they are profiting about this. And the solution is they are eroding a lot of human rights and they are increasing inequality in a lot of cases.
When was Facebook Free Basics program started? Do you know?
Yeah, a long time ago, but now actually they don't do it. It started like 10 years ago actually, but now they are also providing infrastructure, which is another like complete problem, because they are not only providing like connectivity itself, but they also own the cables. And in Peru, for example, they have like a partnership with the state they to provide internet. Also, they have this initiative called internet.org, which wasn't internet at all. Again, it was just like access to some of their platforms and some of the pages. But yeah, they were using these initiatives to connect the world, but they were not connecting to the whole net. Yeah, and they are now owning more and more, which we can see it's a problem also with vertical mergers, because they own the infrastructure, they own the content, and then they own the final users, which is problematic.
And this is how we see how it brilliantly aligns capitalist interests aligned with political goals and agendas. Thank you so much for describing how concretely private actors take advantage of this type of policies and the further inclusion of technologies in them. I will now open the floor for questions. Otherwise, I have remaining ones anyway, but I would like to give you the opportunity, since we have a bit less than 15 minutes, for audience questions to this topic. Over there, and then Mr. We have two, so do I need to stand up?
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Kirsten Fiedler. I work for Alexandra Gese, Greens MEP in the Parliament. Thank you so much for the super interesting discussion and input. I'm a bit surprised that the AI Act wasn't mentioned yet. So my big question as a policy nerd is what does the AI Act bring? I know it's not the magic one to get rid of all of the problems created by capitalism, but yeah, will there be any like improvement in France or in the Netherlands, and what needs to happen in terms of enforcement in the member states? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the second question. Shubham, there is just one the person just right there was second.
Thank you very much. My name is Morakinho from Tech Hive Advisory. Quickly, my question is for the French and the Dutch scenario, especially the Dutch scenario, the Siri case. I remember reading the case and the court mentioned something about the transparency being the issue, that if Siri was transparent with the data they possessed, it could have been in a better situation. But my concern or my thought is that would transparency about the kind of data they've collected be enough to justify the abundance of information they have about citizens? Because it literally said that for the government to fight fraud or corruption, they can possess or they can inquire or research about any kind of data as long as they are combating fraud. So yeah, you know, saying, oh, be transparent about it, have a log to the citizens to see the kind of data they have, is that enough to justify the possession of this kind of information? Thanks.
Thank you. Is there another question then? No? Then I will, yeah, we'll collect the third one.
Yes, thank you so much to all the speakers. My question, I think, is probably most directed to Sergio and his work, because I was wondering, looking at the upcoming EIDAS regulation and implementation, how digital identity management is going to affect especially people who have already a hard time accessing digital services. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll turn to the guest speakers then. Who wants to go first? So we have a question on a very nerdy, two nerdy questions on one on the AI Act and whether this will, we have the hope that this will change the situation. One question on transparency and whether access to the data could change anything, if I can summarize this well, or not enough. Like, is it justified that the state collect that much data to fight fraud and corruption, and will transparency improve the situation? And then the third question on, again, on the new, well, not so new anymore, but like recently adopted, I think, EIDAS regulation and their impact on homeless people. Who wants to go first? Maybe Nawal on the Siri case?
Yeah, I can go on the Siri case. Obviously, I completely agree with the person who asked the question. I don't think transparency alone is enough, and I think this is where the work has to be done in terms of connecting these issues to, you know, racial marginalization, the history of colonialism and capitalism and so on. So if you look at it as purely a privacy issue and the collection of data issue or a digital issue, you won't see these historical continuities and so on. So then it might seem that when the government says, well, we will be transparent and we will share all of the data that we have collected and how we collected, that might be enough. I don't think that's enough, and I think more advocacy and more work, maybe litigation is needed in order to kind of show these continuities and so on. So, and what I want to say is the law is a tool that you can use to kind of push forward, but it's not a tool that will solve the problems. It's, as I said at the beginning of the session, it's usually behind on these developments, right? So going through the legal venue is sometimes good, but sometimes also not that good. So it depends on what you want to reach. And I think by continuously bringing forward the issues that I brought forward during this panel, you might be able to push and show why only being transparent is enough. And also, I think there's also a need to also educate judges in these cases and so on. So not enough, and I agree with you with the question.
Thank you. You want to answer on the French system?
I totally agree with what you just said, and so we fight for transparency just to be able to denounce what's happening in France. So we need transparency in a sense, but then it's not enough. It's for sure. And actually, we are preparing, you know, the legal action against the algorithm, and then we are exactly facing the same question, which is like. What's going to happen? We don't want to win on transparency because okay, you give transparency and you leave the situation. We don't. But even if we, and the big question maybe is around the discrimination of the algorithm. But actually, as we were saying just before, the algorithm in France, at least, I don't know in the Siri case how it was trained, or it's really the reflection of the French social system inner workings, you know, the rules. So at the end, it's efficient because so if you say, okay, the algorithm is discriminatory, so you have to drop it, then how do you organize your control? So you have to realize that your social system itself is discriminatory, and then you go much deeper, you know, in the issue. So it's like, okay, we can drop the algorithm, but at the end, what we hope is that it asks a question about the system itself, just as you said.
Thank you. Maybe Sergio on the EIDAS?
Well, firstly, I need to say that I don't know the details of the EIDAS, but what can I say is that the problems with electronic identification is that you need like many requirements to do that. For example, if you want to log online in a computer and so on, maybe you need a card reader. Maybe there is like a verification system with your mobile phone, either through SMS or with a specific application, etc. And this is already like an exclusionary factor. Why? Because people in homelessness don't always have like a constant access to a laptop computer, and even if they have like more access, or it's easier to have access to a smartphone, sometimes there is not like a internet connection, or this is very limited, or there is like a lack of how do you say, availability in terms of charging stations. Like you need to keep in mind that people that are facing housing exclusion, they don't have access to this kind of very basic things that are necessary in order to run all this equipment. So you need to constantly think, people facing these situations need to constantly think about where to charge my device later, where could I connect to the internet, like maybe sometime later, do I have access now or not? So it's already a barrier, and if this legislation is only pushing in that direction without any alternative or any other option to opt out, it will mean only more exclusion, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Wondering on the AI question, which is a tricky one. Carla, have you followed the AI Act?
Yes, but I I can answer that even if it was not
Good luck.
necessarily.
Then not. Alex, do you have some words on the Act? What do you hope from this European legislation? What's your hopes?
Ooh. I didn't work directly on the AI Act. I just know that with Edwy, we pushed for some amendments to basically prohibit the use of social scoring algorithm to fight fraud. I think it was a failure. So this was my point, and more generally at La Quadrature, we kind of oppose the AI Act and all the risk-based approach of the AI Act. So actually, the way I see it is that just looking at the risk scoring algorithm, I see it as more as a risk for the setting, you know, something to spread this kind of technologies, because actually in France, just one word maybe on that, the way it was developed like totally out of any legal basis. So actually we know that today, in a sense, we could have a quick win, you know, and maybe okay, attack one algorithm and voila. But I think the AI Act will actually give a much more stronger legal basis for this practice. So
you don't see it as positive, that it risks a legitimization, a promotion, an endorsement of this type by providing a legal basis. Okay, yes. Very negative take. Carla, is Carla back? Now we're waiting for her to connect.
Yeah, sorry, I had like...
We have 1 minute left, Carla.
Okay. Yeah, I will say just like the AI Act, I think it's like important to see how it really will work with these issues. As Noel was saying, it's not only like the policy and regulation of this stuff. Like I cannot do like a full criticism of the act here, but also like how these issues are usually seem like at the same time they are copying or are enacting the issues that are systematically there before the technology. So it's not only focusing on how we will regulate the technology, but how we will solve the issues behind it. That will say that.
Thank you very much. And I have no time left to follow up on this, but like I want to close this session by thanking first the speakers. So I invite you to join me in a round of applause. Thank you so much. And as a last word, I just wanted to say that it's super important. Like this panel is kind of an invitation to think this topic through a bit more. Because we need to focus on what the impacts are and debunking this myth that digitalization is de facto good for everyone. We need to work with those who are the most affected. So it's also a call for the digital rights community in this space and our partners here to work together on this issue in the coming year and bring some strong recommendation and resistance to these developments. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Next
Chloe.
session
Thank you,
starts
everyone.
in 10 minutes after the break.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
all got water glasses. Those are yours, or these are from the previous session? Okay, so you're sorted. I'll maybe bring you another bottle as well, just to make sure you have enough. All right, we'll start then. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good coffee break. I'm delighted to announce the next session, which is extractivism and resistance at Europe's front lines. We've got some speakers in person with us today. Okay, so we've got some speakers here with us in person today. So I'm delighted to introduce Nina Jokanovic and Diego Marin. In digital connection, we've got Dr. Maduri Karak and Mariana Raquito Pereira. And I'm now going to hand over to your moderator for the session, Maximilian Jung from Bits und Bäume.
Thanks a lot, Ella. Yeah, welcome to Privacy Camp. It's exciting to see all of you here in this room with us today, being interested in our discussion on the materiality of digital technologies, on extractivism and on resistance at Europe's front lines. As Ella already said, my name is Maximilian Jung. I'm coordinating the Bits und Bäume Netzwerk on sustainability and digitalization, and I will be hosting this discussion. And thanks again to the tech team here at La Tricoterie for making this possible to be a hybrid discussion, and thanks a lot to the content team of EDRI and their partners in having us here. So I'm gonna do a quick introduction and present our speakers and provide you a little bit with the background of why we're having this discussion here today. And then you will hear from them about how extractivism and tech are related, what the resistance on the ground looks like, and how different futures for tech are imaginable. And in the end, we will have plenty of time for your questions. So, as Thierry Breton said 2 years ago at COP26, digital technologies are and must remain a positive force for climate action. And indeed, it seems the European institutions' priority in the past legislature to push ahead with the twin transition, the Green Deal and the digital decade, laying the policy groundwork for tech-powered solutions to the climate crisis, and trying to marry green extractivism with sustainability and sort of without compromising on economic growth. In Germany, we call it an egg-laying wool milk sow. So it gives you everything. It almost sounds too good to be true. And to this end, securing the necessary raw materials for it is key. In parts, this is happening by onshoring mining back to Europe, although mining never left Europe. And often this concentrates in places that are deemed peripheral, rural, underdeveloped, and just necessary to make a sacrifice for. And maybe as one example of it, the Critical Raw Materials Act that has been pushed through in immense speed. It was a tremendous piece of legislation that had a very broad support across institutions and also in Parliament. And so I'm happy to have 4 speakers with me here on the stage today and online that will explain to you why green extractivism is a myth and how the twin transition is actually failing people and the planet, and what the future for tech, they want. So on to the speakers. With me here on the stage to my left is Nina Jokanovic. Nina is a doctoral researcher at the University of Oxford, focusing on local resistance to a lithium mining project led by Rio Tinto in Serbia. She operates at the intersection of scholarship and activism, supporting the local communities on the ground. Recently, she has also joined the Association of International Affairs, a Prague-based think tank where she focuses on the issues of mining, extractivism, and material dependencies as part of their climate team. More broadly, Nina is interested in the questions around green extractivism, environmental justice, and the contested understandings of what the green future is to look like. Also with me here on the stage is Diego Marin. He's a master's graduate in international development from the University of Kent and works within the EBB's economic transition unit. His expertise lies in raw materials with a focus on environmental justice, geopolitics, and the circular economy aspects. Diego leads efforts in analyzing the impacts of green and digital transitions while actively working on political strategies for a raw materials binding target across the European Union. As a co-author of the report Green Mining is a Myth, the case for cutting EU resource consumption, he advocates for sustainable resource management, shaping a greener future for the European Union. And then on screen, we have Maturi Karak. Hello, Maturi. Nice to have you here. Maturi is an independent researcher and multimedia storyteller working at the intersections of climate, technology, and culture. She has supported indigenous communities, small-scale fishers and farmers, environmental and climate activists, digital rights practitioners, and open science advocates to secure and manage the commons. Her work spans landscape research, podcasts, narrative long-form, toolkits, and strategic community engagement. And most recently, she led a project mapping opportunities for coalition building between climate justice and digital rights advocacy efforts across the EU. She currently lives between Ankara, Turkey, and Calcutta, India. And last but not least, we have Mariana Riquito, who is a PhD candidate in social sciences at the University of Amsterdam and a junior researcher at the Center for Social Studies of the University of Coimbra. She holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in international relations from the University of Coimbra and a master's degree in sociology and political sciences from Sciences Po Bordeaux. Mariana is currently researching and writing about the contested realm of the so-called energy transition, exploring debates on extractivism, ecofeminism, ontological pluralism, and radical alternatives. She combines academic and activist practices, and she's currently living in the mountains of Barroso, which she will tell us about in a few seconds. So thanks everyone for being here with me. I'm excited to have this conversation with me, and with these words of introduction, I'm going to pass it over. Maybe first to Nina. Nina, would you like to tell us about your work? How do you witness the impact of raw material extraction? How does it relate to digital tech? And what role do you play in the resistance against it?
All right. Thank you so much, Max, for this lovely introduction. And thank you to the organizers for organizing this conference. It's lovely to be here, and thanks for having us. My name is Nina Djukanovic, and as Max said, I am a PhD researcher looking at the case of Serbia. And perhaps for the introduction, I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about this very particular story, so you have an idea, sort of a precise example of what I think about, what first comes to my mind when we talk about the green transition and the digital transition. The case in Serbia is very interesting because what was supposed to happen there is that the biggest lithium mine in Europe was supposed to open up last year in January 2022. The construction was supposed to start. It was very significant because in 2004, Rio Tinto, which is one of the biggest mining companies in the world, discovered a large deposit of lithium, which, as many of you will know, is a material that is understood as being critical both for the green transition and for the digital transition. So there is this material that is suddenly being cast as being absolutely fundamental for the future of Europe, and if not for the world as a whole. And this mine was supposed to be constructed in the western part of the country, which is mostly very rural, where the local population focuses on farming and agriculture and has a very strong relationship with the land. And of course, while these materials are required, the mining process itself is extremely destructive for the environment. And so a huge number of the local population would not only be displaced, but even those who would stay there would most likely be impacted by the pollution of their soil, water, and air, which would, of course, impact very negatively their livelihoods. And so what happened is that a wave of mass protests started in autumn 2021, with tens of thousands of people protesting across several large cities in Serbia, blocking roads, bridges, and highways for several weeks consecutively until they forced the government to officially cancel this mining project. So the government officially canceled the mining project in January 2022, which was a huge victory for the movement. And I would also say a huge blow to this understanding of green and digital transition as very smooth and very sort of up in the air without any material consequences. Of course, there would be huge material consequences, but very often they happen outside of the view of the people who would be enjoying these products the most. What is important to say, however, is that the company, of course, does not give up this easily because they already invested a huge amount of money, and the government is also very supportive of this mining project, presenting it as a massive opportunity for the country to develop. Serbia, interestingly enough, is also a candidate country in order to join the EU. And of course, this is being presented as a massive opportunity for an economic development and also sort of getting closer to the EU. The company still operates in the country, and just a few days ago, the president, Aleksandar Vučić, announced that he would like to renew the talks with the company following his meeting with them in Davos. And it is sort of very obvious that even though there are some environmental justice victories that we should be celebrating, they're also not over because these things take a long time and they require a complete rethinking of what we even understand as the green and digital transition. Maybe I'll stop there for now, and yes, we'll follow up later.
Yeah, thanks, Nina. That's already great inspiration to hear from the victories that you've scored so far in Serbia. And with that, I would pass it over to Mariana, who's going to give us some more context from Portugal.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well. Okay, great. I had some technical issues, but now they're all fixed. Thank you all. Thank you, Maximilian, for the invitation, and to all the speakers. Thank you, Nina, for this wonderful introduction. I will tell you a bit about the case study or what's going on in northern Portugal, and in a way it relates and is very similar to what just Nina told us. I can see, are you hearing me well? I can hear. All right. Yes, so basically, as some of you probably already know, in the northern part of Portugal, in Barroso, the British company Savannah Resources aims to open what would be potentially Western Europe's largest open pit lithium mine. This project consists of 4 open pit mines, the processing plant, and the waste tailing dam. It would destroy almost 600 hectares of land in a region that is classified by the UN as World Agricultural Heritage. So just as much as Nina told us, what we see here is that in the name of so-called green transition and in the name of domestically insourcing this so-called critical raw material, which is lithium, the EU is legitimizing more extraction in places which are already known and classified and protected for being incredibly important nature reserves in this case, and as well as an agricultural region. And so in Barroso, since 2018, the local population has been contesting this mine, which has not just the company's will, but also the governments and the EU. It is also approved by the Portuguese government, and it is also seen as a common European project. And so the local communities have been fighting up and resisting against very big actors. I would say we do not yet have a victory, but I would say in a hopeful manner that we have been having slow victories because the company wanted to have this mine open in 2019 already, and we're in 2024, and the project is still not ongoing. However, last year it has received final conditional approval, and right now the company has been having strategies on the ground which are becoming more and more aggressive. They are trying to get into communal lands because most of this project is located in communal lands where people communally own and manage their agricultural land. And they have been trying to get and to get this land since November. And people since November have been blocking and protesting and not letting the machines in. At the same time that we have seen this strengthening of the violence, the physical violence, the material violence, the state has also um, put permanent police patrol patrolling these small rural villages. So we have seen an intensification of on the ground violence, which is the combination of large efforts to socially engineer the acceptance of this project. So for the past years, the company has been portraying itself as green, as responsible. The state has also been using this type of grammar and this type of discourse. The company has tried to approach vulnerable people in these villages, trying to buy them off, trying to approach affluent families. And now, because this has not yet worked, what we are witnessing on the ground is a strengthening of this violent apparatuses. So I guess for the introduction of what's going on in the mountains is what I would say for now.
Thanks, Mariana. We had a little bit of difficulties understanding you at times, but I think we got the large lines of your introduction. And with that, I would hand it over to Diego. You also know the Barroso mine. You also know a lot of other mining projects across Europe. Yeah. So, what do you see on the ground?
Yes, thank you, Max, and thank you everyone for being here today. I think it's really important to speak about the material reality of our world, and I feel like this is becoming now a topic in the last few years, not only because of the green transition, but also the digital transition, but also because of geopolitics. So there's a lot much more knowledge about the way we consume things and the material reality of it. So yes, indeed, I'm following the legislation at the EU level related to raw materials. And I've been to a few mining projects, some in Peru, where I'm from, but also some in Europe. So in Europe, it's really interesting because here, the European Union is really trying to push for supposedly green mining, right? And is doing that on basically making the claim before they can show the proof. This is already all over Europe. Particularly countries that are targeted are Ireland, Portugal, Spain, Finland, Sweden, and in Germany to some extent with lithium, but we don't see any major open pit mines just yet. Or in France, the case in southern France where there is a mining project for lithium being pushed there. We also see Romania, but this is more in the case of copper, and then Greece, also in the case of copper and gold, but particularly. So there is mining in Europe, a lot of mining actually, and it's expected to increase quite substantially. So the EU has a target of 10% domestic extraction by 2030, and it's important to relate this to the proportionality of EU consumption. So EU right now, we make around 5 to 6% of the world's population, but we consume around 20 to 25% of the world's material. We only produce 3% of that domestic, of that world output, and primarily it's in iron. Primarily Sweden is the biggest exporter of iron in Europe. But we do also consume and produce a lot of copper. In the case of copper, which is used pretty much in every single electrical equipment, EU produces 20% of that, and primarily from Cyprus and Spain, as well as Finland and Sweden. And Finland is being pushed for copper mining. So I've visited some mining companies. One recently that I've visited was in southern Spain. It's a company owned by a Cypriot mining company. It's Atalaya Mine. It used to be the old Rio Tinto mine region, so this is like 100 years ago. But the area with what I saw there, after the push of green mining here in Europe, was just as bad as the conditions that I saw in Peru, in Cajamarca, which we have a huge region which is particularly affected by copper mining there. And my biggest concern there was, of course, the open pit mine, which is extremely invasive. But what was more concerning for me was actually the waste management. So in Peru, we have a huge issue with what is called acid mine drainage. So this is, in case you don't know, is basically when the acidity levels reach a very low pH due to the pollution from the rock, really, when you're trying to extract. And then this sulfites really mesh in with oxygen and water and creates this really low pH levels. And then it can actually, due to the copper and the other minerals, can turn the water red. So what happens there is, this is actually Rio Tinto, like kind of like there's those connections there, because tinto means kind of reddish in Spanish. But anyway, so going back to Cajamarca, I saw this about 5 years ago when I visited the region, and I was working with local organizations there, an NGO that was really mobilizing to protect the land rights of the indigenous population and also non-indigenous population in the region. One of the biggest concerns was the acid mine drainage, which was impacting agricultural output. It was impacting also the drinking water conditions. Cajamarca has the highest rate of cancer, one of the highest rates of cancer in Peru, and is one of the most resource-endowed regions in the country. So I saw the water management there. I saw also when you're walking around in some areas where just the waste is just running down in beautiful areas of greenery where you can see nobody living around, but you see this waste just being pulled out. And nobody really notices it except the local communities, because they're the ones who are walking around and are seeing, and they're reporting it to the state, and the state's not really doing anything. I saw that in Spain, similar. It wasn't as bad in the sense that it wasn't in the middle of nowhere, but I was there at the tailings pond, and I saw reddish acid mine drainage pollution all around the pond that was not actually in a good waste. It was not in the tailings pond. It was outside of it. And it had killed all the biodiversity around. Now, this is the thing about pollution. It is what you can see that you can actually say, okay, this is really bad. It is what you cannot see that actually takes time to develop, and it develops into pollution of the ecosystems, but it also develops into pollution of human bodies, right? This is what we in environmental justice research, we look at this, we call it slow violence, right? It's a type of violence that is not hard, meaning fast violence, that is not like police brutality or whatever, though that does happen, but the type of violence that you can't really see firsthand, but you experience it in the human body when you see the high rates of cancer in the population, or breathing lung disease as well. Now, this is this is kind of like to kind of put it together. But pollution is not something that in the EU we're managing very well. And maybe just, I could speak a lot about this, but maybe one last thing I'll just mention when it comes to this pollution issue, or the green mining supposedly in Europe, is that in Europe we're pursuing mining where our legislation is actually not even as good as Peru, Brazil, Chile, or even China. And this is particular to mining waste. So in Europe, we allow what is called upstream mining tailings. Still, we haven't done away with it. And it is the cheapest way to manage mining waste. But it's also the most dangerous. Some companies are trying to move away from it from PR reasons, but in the legislation, you can still do it. And the issue that we found in Finland when we were doing this research, we found that also with from research from local organizations who had conducted this research as well, that the filament, so basically the level of which the mining waste is able to meet with the ground, you have to have a certain level of thickness, right, within the filament. And this mining waste, by the way, is supposed to last hundreds of thousands of years, because we have, as a society, we have not yet found out a good way to deal with mining waste at the moment. There is developments, but it's meant to last pretty much forever. But mining companies, what they're doing is, with this mining waste, they're doing 20, 30, 40, 50 years mining waste management, after which they're gone, and the state then covers that. But the issue now is that we're seeing a lot of mining waste dam breakings. The most recent one last year, I think it was in November or October, in South Africa. And we're seeing this happen much more. And in Europe, our legislation is not there to get rid of these potential mining issues. And anyway, so the thickness is really concerning, because in Finland, supposedly one of the greenest mining countries, what have you, some of the thickness for some of these new projects are about 100 times thinner than they actually should be. So this is also this mining issue
is actually an intergenerational issue, because it's the future generations that are going to be dealing with this mining waste management that is just not suitable. So with climate change impacts unfolding in the future in terms of extreme weather, this is going to be a serious issue for mining waste management. So yeah, we can talk a lot about it, about these impacts, about how communities were involved in this, or even, yeah, my own experience. But I just wanted to highlight my biggest concern when it comes to the raw materials challenge is, of course, the mining that happens, but really it's the mining waste, which is the most impactful potentially for going down the line into this digital and green transition. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Diego. Thanks for highlighting an issue that maybe is not a traditional concern in digital rights spaces, the very materiality, and also the waste of the material that we leave behind. And yeah, then now last but not least, I'm gonna hand it over to our last online speaker, Maturi. Tell us about your work. How do you witness the impact of raw material extraction? How does it relate to digital tech? And what role do you play in the resistance against it?
Thank you, Max. Thank you, everyone, for your interest in these topics, and Max for putting together this super interesting panel. And then, of course, EDRI, where I've been a consultant researcher for the last 3.5, 4 months, conducting this mapping exercise, and really trying to figure out what the existing avenues are for coalition building and better advocacy collaborations between climate justice and digital rights folks. So in this opening set of remarks, I thought I'd share a few of my findings from the last phase of research that I'm just wrapping up, and then hopefully in the latter half of the panel, we can tie some of these threads to what some of my other co-panelists have already mentioned. So 4 out of the 13 individuals that I spoke to for this mapping exercise identified themselves explicitly as climate justice practitioners, and then the remaining 9 were a mix of digital rights advocates, some of whom were already working at this intersection, and then the rest wish to do so more explicitly in the future. And partly because of the timing of this project, the Critical Raw Materials Act was very much top of mind for a lot of these conversations. And something to perhaps point out as we move along is that the raw materials that we're discussing here, and I believe there are 34 of them in the final act. This includes base materials, battery materials, rare earths. And this is not just for consumer electronics, right? This is for material provisioning for everything from the defense industry to space exploration, light manufacturing. And so, of course, we are very much talking about the context of digitalization and the twin transition. I think it is important to remember how wide the spectrum of uses for rare earths are. And that then will make sense if we look at the geopolitical stakes, the kind of material self-reliance agenda, the larger growth agenda that the European Union is so committed to. And then the second bit would be that the CRMA itself is targeting everything from the mining, yes, but also the processing, also the refining, and then also the recycling. So it's got a very big remit and has a lot of potential intersections with tech advocacy and digital rights work that I'm sure many of the audience members are engaged in. So jumping right in, look at the time. Okay, so we, are already very knowledgeable about the environmental impacts of mining, and that, the water scarcity, the soil degradation, the air pollution. And advocates are seeing the use of tech tools when it comes to traceability, with the kind of goal being that every tool in the EU market that contains a product that contains rare earth minerals will have a label describing point of origin. So not very unlike your single origin fair trade coffee. But what we aren't seeing really are conversations about tech transfer, for example, right, the big one, or support for point of origin countries with their own energy transitions, right, or contributions to climate finance, and thinking about labor, thinking about working conditions, thinking about inadequate compensation in these points of origin countries, then means we have to shift gear from supply chain transparency, which is what most of the current tech tools are, being proposed to be used for, and not as much remediation and prevention of existing ground conditions. And that, includes mining within the European Union as well as other parts of the world. And the second big insight that, conversations elucidated for us was the fact that free, prior, and informed consent concerns and indigenous peoples and local communities' rights, the violations are just egregious, right, in extraction zones. And getting these issues the right amount of exposure in Brussels is extremely difficult, which is why the work of a coalition like the EU Raw Materials Coalition is super duper important. With 50 plus organizations, that's the kind of energy that they're bringing to raw materials advocacy in the EU context. And the last thing that maybe I'll say, as I wrap up this small segment is, the reason why we talk about the Brussels effect, right? And that's usually a positive connotation. But the reason that an act like this, a legislative procedure like this, can be so devastating for resource-rich countries all over the world, even regions within Europe, is that a primarily extraction-oriented green transition model within the European Union also puts other parts of the world on certain pathways, right? Social, ecological, political pathways that arguably are going to continue to be very violent and lock them into these very raw material centric futures. So to recap, what we're seeing is not as much due diligence, but more certifications, not as much a focus on remediation of ground conditions, and rather, tech-focused supply chain transparency, and then not as much of a timeline for transferring tech know-how or credit lines as much as just pursuing digitalization within the borders of the European Union. Let's stop here, and then I'm sure we'll pick up on some of these threads in the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Madhuri. You also, in the end, went full circle about the pressure that maybe the Brussels effect is then having not only on countries within the European Union, but as Nina mentioned in the beginning, Serbia trying to ascend into the Union and then being maybe also under pressure for then delivering those raw materials that we so desperately need. Yeah, maybe we can have one follow-up round, so you get the space to actually answer to each other. I've seen, Nina, you've taken a lot of notes while your fellow speakers have been speaking. So maybe you want to react to what was being said in this first round.
Yeah, sure, thanks. I think that's a great idea to also sort of have a conversation with each other rather than all of us speaking to you in the audience. Where to start? I think I was very interested to hear about the other cases, of course, as Mariana was talking about Portugal. Diego mentioned all of the cases in the EU. And of course, now at the end, we heard about how that is also going to have an impact on the rest of the world. And I think here what is interesting is that sometimes I hear this argument that we should mine more in the EU in order to be, of course, less reliant on the rest of the world, but also it is sort of this almost decolonial argument that by moving all the mining projects within the EU, we are going to have less of an impact on countries of the global south. I think that does make sense as an argument, and I see why it is appealing on sort of the first look. But I think what we need to understand here, and maybe that's what I will use in this round to really emphasize, is how big and vast this need for the materials is going to be. Even the International Energy Agency that is doing sort of long-term prognosis struggles to really put a number to how much lithium or other critical raw materials we're going to need, because it's constantly changing, but it is going to be tens, if not hundreds of times more than it is now. And so we are going to see so many new mines being opened up and so much more mining happening, both in the EU and outside of it, that unfortunately, even moving all of the mining within the EU borders is not going to stop mining anywhere else. But what we're going to see, I'm afraid, is way more mining in all of the countries across the world that is going to have a very negative impact, particularly on the local population, as Diego was mentioning here. And here maybe I will take a small moment also to bring this together with tech, because I think it's very important when we talk about lithium to also talk about what is this material going to be used for. And in the case of lithium, we expect to see it rise at least, as I said, tens of times. And what is interesting is that while just a few years ago, the usage of lithium was sort of divided, half and half. Half of it was being electric vehicles, and half of it was being everything else, including your phones, laptops, also medicine, because lithium is also being used in medicine. What we're going to see in 2050 is that more than 95% of lithium is just going to be used for electric vehicles. And most of these are really individual automobiles. So I think what is really important to emphasize here is that when we're talking about this green and technological or digital transition, we're not only talking about these materials that are going to save the world because of climate change and all of that, but we're talking about a massive increase of profit for private companies, big economic growth that is mostly going to be seen in the rise of electric vehicles and individual automobility in general. And I think that's a really huge problem. And maybe if I can just add one thing that one of the persons who I was interviewing in Serbia told me. She said that she would really support opening this mine in Serbia if she knew for a fact that by sacrificing her part of the country, we're really going to save the world. You know, she said, if it was like this, you know, I would be like, okay, there's going to be a lot of pollution and a lot of people will get displaced, but at least we're really going to solve this problem. At least we're really going to tackle climate change and we're going to save many more lives. But unfortunately, this is not true, and this is not going to happen. We're going to open all of these mines so that some private automobile companies can have more profit, and so that people can drive their cars thinking that they're saving the planet. And that is something that I find very frustrating, and something that I think we definitely need to talk more about and call these false solutions as such when they are. So.
Yeah, thanks, Nina. Thanks for focusing on the underlying economic system at play here, and also, yeah, thanks for sharing what has been shared with you. Mariana, do you get similar reactions to the mine in Barroso? Is there people out there supporting the mine in maybe similar ways that they're saying, yes, we can mine here if it stops mining elsewhere? Or is it the same dynamics where it is not really about decoloniality and we onshore mining because we want to have our just part in destroying this world?
Yes, thank you. I think partially the justification for being against mining in Barroso are similar to what Nina just said. So people are really challenging this idea that to save the world, we need to mine even further, and especially we need to mine protected areas. And they're really challenging the idea that saving the world means reducing carbon emissions slowly, and saving the world means building more electric vehicles because they are allegedly zero emissions. So the idea that electric vehicles are made up of clean energy, of green energy, of zero emissions is also false. So people are really challenging this. And as Nina just said, they are putting to the table and showing how this is actually just business, the continuation of business as usual. This is a way for two huge industry which are widely known for being incredible polluters and for being the ones continuously destroying the planet, which is the automobile industry and the mining industry. This is a way for both of them to paint themselves as green or try to portray themselves as green, and putting new clothes on and saying that now they are part of the solution, even though they were the ones and the main ones helping to create the problem. So I think attacking, as Nina was saying, the socioeconomic system or capitalism, which is reliant on mass extraction of resources and the destruction of the web of life of the planet, is how people are deconstructing the current policies underlying the energy transition, which only perpetuates these hegemonic socioeconomic structures. So in a way, it is very similar. And what I also think it's important to highlight here is that often local communities are often accused of NIMBYism. So this idea that, oh yes, mining elsewhere, but not in my backyard. And that is not true. In local communities in Portugal are precisely building networks and networks of solidarity across Europe, across the world, with Serbia, with Chile, with Peru. I mean, Diego has been to Barroso, and so many other environmental justice activists, practitioners, advocates, researchers have been to Barroso or have been connected to Barroso precisely to make this claim that decarbonization or transitioning or going green should mean environmental and social justice across countries, across regions, across territories, and not the sacrifice of traditionally peripheral regions or territories or countries such as Portugal and Serbia, and not the continuous extraction of the resources of the planet. And in that sense, I would like to go back to what Diego and Maduri and Nina were mentioning, but really stressing, because I think here you both demystified these two myths of Europe's exceptionalism. So what Diego was telling us is, yes, not in Europe, we don't do it better, actually. We have weaker legislation for in this case, mining waste. So Europe does not necessarily do it better. So Europe is not an exception. And as Maduri was saying, actually, even if we would do it better, we still are reliant, and we still we perpetuate the reliance on mining in other countries. Because, for example, for lithium-ion batteries, we need other metals such as cobalt, which is only mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And so I think these two myths are important to be demystified, and hence take the discussion to another level. Because if we are continuously discussing allegedly solutions to our mass consumption of energy and our mass production of energy, always with the same frameworks of analysis, or always with the same ideas and narratives that have brought us here, then I don't think we're actually discussing solutions. And so I think, and bringing this also to one of the questions that Maximilian has asked us to reflect about alternative solutions, alternative futures. I think the discussion here should really be about reducing, or how can we do differently by reducing, by recycling, by upcycling all of the minerals, metals that we have already resourced and extracted, all of the, for example, digital appliances, innovations, infrastructures that we have already built. And instead of always being in this paradigm of we need new and more, so we need more lithium for new technological infrastructures, perhaps we could be talking about how can we reduce energy consumption and production in order to have different and more sustainable lifestyles. And with this, also to wrap up and pass on to another speaker, for example, Diego and at the European Environmental Bureau have done an incredible work so far with this report that I'm always quoting at every meeting that I go to, which is Green Mining is a Myth, where they also mention several policies that the EU could already put in place. And so for the audience that we have here, digital rights advocates, and lobbyists, and practitioners, I think key steps that can be taken to reduce not just the emissions and the carbon footprint, but also to reduce the need for more mining, the need for more extraction, the need for more consumption and production are possible even within the framework of the current economic structures and the political structures of the EU. And so, yes, I would like to highlight this idea that we need to demystify these myths that underlie the energy transition, but also take the discussion to another level and to really be, when we're discussing transition, then we should really be discussing a more profound transformation of our current energy production and consumption structures, rather than just maintenance of them.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana, for already sketching out some of the alternatives that we will be discussing indeed at the end of our conversation. So maybe we pass on to the second question, Diego. And we heard Mariana saying that here this panel is about demystifying Europe's exceptionalism when it comes to mining, and you've been doing a tremendous job at that in your introductory round. But maybe you take us back and you tell us what images and narratives and ideologies are being employed to justify mining projects, and especially in Europe.
Yes. So yeah, that's a really good question. That's really at the core of this term, green extractivism, right? So we understand extractivism, particularly the first wave of extractivism. Well, if you want to really go the first wave, you have to go colonial age. But more recent, more modern times, that extractivism is tied to fossil fuel extraction, right? We understand it's extremely pervasive and really damaging to particularly the Amazon and other regions as well. Now, green extractivism takes that core concept of extracting from the land, really not benefiting the local communities, and selling it to an international market, this commodity, right? But green extractivism now basically recreates that violent structure under a climate agenda. And this becomes actually even more difficult to resist. Generally speaking, most people would say that fossil fuel extraction is bad, we should slow down, we should decrease it, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a connotation about what that means. When you put green extractivism, you complicate it, and basically it's also a means to calm dissent, or really to squash dissent, local dissent. There's many ways of framing it. For example, anti-development was usually one, but now it's anti-climate action. You, civil society organizations or local resistance movements against lithium mining or nickel mining or cobalt mining, whatever, you're against the climate agenda because you're opposing it. They even label civil societies as being incoherent. You know, you push for green energy, and at the same time you're resisting these mining projects. It doesn't make sense. So they put us on the back foot, and then you have to defend yourself. And at that point, it becomes really, you've already captured the narrative. And the reason why this is extremely important is because to extract something, you have to win the minds and hearts, not necessarily of the people that are against, though yes, but of the general population that allows for this structure to exist in the first place. And the ways to do that is through propaganda. A major focus of that is propaganda, and not even on the local level. Of course, there is huge levels of propaganda at the local level, as our colleagues from the more local aspects could explain more, but even at the capital level. And this is, for example, in Sweden, which I've done some research as well, there is this push, what is called the green mine, or the Swedish mine. And there's this connotation, basically on billboards, you'll see, even at subway stations, you'll see an image of a mining company, well, basically an open pit mine, in which have an idea, okay, that's really destructive. And then you have a really sleek, modern looking electric vehicle right in the center. And a man or a woman, really fashionable, looking cool, right? And this, it says, the Swedish mine. But what this does is, what it basically says is, okay, you have now captured the idea of what new mining looks like. Not only that, there's even a more pervasive, because now we're in the era of multiculturalism and what have you. So now there is also images of a black woman, right? And she's doing her makeup. This is, by the way, on the billboards on the subway stations. And she's doing her makeup, and on the and basically on her makeup, and then the mirror that she uses, blah blah. It has the elements, basically the letters of the elements, right, on there. So there's aluminum, there's copper, there's blah blah blah. And then basically what it says, the message that it says is that you use metals all your life revolves around metals. Why not mine it in Sweden? I mean, they don't say that specifically, but that's the idea that they sell. And this is how propaganda is sold to people, and completely erasing the many Sami indigenous communities that are seriously at risk. By the way, the Sami communities, in case people don't know, is one of the last indigenous communities in Europe. And I say last indigenous communities because in Europe we used to have indigenous communities, of course. We have, over time, through history, they have either been assimilated or completely destroyed. And in the case of the Sami, they're the last. So they're really fighting against this extractivism, green extractivism happening in northern Norway, Sweden, and Finland. So it completely erases that history, right? They're not relevant, they don't exist. What exists now is modernity. You need this mine, you need the energy transition. And maybe I'll just put some really quick facts here, because I think it's really important. Green extractivism is really copper, for example, or lithium. Well, the case of lithium is a bit more complicated, but let's look at the case of copper, which is even more, I would say copper is more necessary for the energy transition. Well, if you want to use those terms, than even lithium is, because lithium has an alternative, and that alternative potentially sodium, which is going to be able to bring down that lithium demand in the future. But copper is it's really interesting because copper is highly it's not very substitutable, right? You can use aluminum in certain capacity, but in general, you can't get that corrosion resistance that you can in copper, or that malleability you can in copper, or conductivity, right? But anyway, so in the case of copper, for example, copper is now also a green metal, supposedly. 40% of that, because I want to bring this point because Nina raised a really good point in terms of demand, right? 40% of the current demand projections for copper or use is from the construction sector. A huge chunk of that also comes from electronic goods. So we're talking about technology, right? At the moment, for copper, there's a projection, of course, how much we're going to need for the energy transition. We're just right now in 2023 or 2024 undergoing, so we haven't achieved it yet, right? So by that, I mean, what this really highlights is the massive amounts of copper that are going to be needed for literally every sector. Everybody is competing for copper. So whether we want high technology or whether we want the energy transition, I mean, eventually society is going to have to come to terms of what's actually available. Because, and the reason why I say that is because we're having serious supply crunches on the copper supply chain right now. Particularly in 2026, there's projections that demand is going to outstrip supply. Once that happens, prices go up, right? Once prices go up, you immediately make the energy transition much more costly. So there's going to be delays on actually how to transition. So I think Nina's point is, and Mariana's point is particularly important, is because right now society has a choice. We have a huge projection of demand that is going to be unmet, not only because we can't get mining projects online fast enough for major reasons. One of them is local resistance, for very good reasons. But then also society is going to have to come to terms with that. Okay, well, what are these metals actually going to go to? Do I need a phone every year? I'm sorry, but I don't. My iPad here is from 2019. I bought it secondhand. I'm perfectly happy with it. I don't need the latest model. So that's what I'm saying. We're going to really need to get to a situation in which we have choices to make, whether we need the latest electronic device or whether we should be building rooftop solar, or talk about low carbon energy. So this is the issue that we're having. We're having just really quickly, we're having a choice to make, not only because geopolitics, but also we're just going to be forced to. The last copper mine that we actually found that has a substantial amount was 10 years ago, and copper ore has declined 25% in the last 10 years. I'm sorry, but this energy transition that we're really trying to achieve with the current demand is unachievable, not because it can't be done, just because we don't have the capacity to do it on a global scale. So choices to make, and this is where the topic of degrowth is really important, because it's either a societal choice that we do that, or it's nature that's going to push us to do that. And quite frankly, I think democratically speaking, we can probably have a better chance at societally deciding how that transition looks like, and not being forced to make those harsh decisions 10 years from now. So yeah, I'll close it there.
Thanks, Diego, putting out some hard limits there and maybe some ways on how to deal with those. Diego was mentioning geopolitical competition, and I think that was also the direction that Maturi wanted to take us with the images, narratives, and ideologies underpinning extractivism and mining projects. Maturi, I'm going to hand it over to you again.
I think I came across this really powerful statistic where I might be bungling it, but it basically, went along the lines of how a single electric vehicle has to be on the road for more than 90 years to justify the amount of emissions that were released in its construction, as well as the minerals that were extracted to produce it. And so, just to give us a sense of what an oxymoron this kind of endeavor to go electric while making no changes in how we move and exist in the world, can continue, that we can, have business as usual, and just by replacing fossil fuel capitalism with a renewable powered capitalism, that we'll be okay. But obviously, renewables have costs. They come from somewhere. They come from someone's homes. Someone's homes get destroyed. And so, the material impacts are as manifold as, fossil fuels, and both manifest as well as latent. Just, I think, listening to Mariana and Nina talk about kind of the greenwashing that goes on in local contexts, where the justification is given that we need to continue with this particular resource extraction project because it's beneficial for the climate, it's beneficial for the green transition. It reminded me of where I did field work in peninsular India several years ago, but that was for bauxite. And the rationale being given out by the Indian government at the time was that, we can't leave it under the ground because of national growth, right? And so, yes, some indigenous communities' rights and livelihoods were going to be sacrificed, but it had to, because one couldn't, possibly countenance the prospect of leaving minerals under the ground, but also that marginalized communities, right, historically, were always the ones who were being sacrificed for the purpose of national growth. And so just kind of extending that to the present context, I was really struck by how, we're at a point where we're justifying indigenous dispossession and disenfranchisement on the ground of like global climate action. And it's just kind of egregious and really gives us pause, I think, to think that, that we are here now. So to respond to your question, Max, I think, yes, I think conversations that I've had with advocates kind of across the spectrum, something that you hear repeatedly is that, we can't engineer our way out of this, we can't recycle our way out of this, and that the fact that the European Union is so committed to a future of growth, right, and industry and material self-sufficiency means that, its hunger for extraction is not going to cease anytime soon, be it domestically or abroad. And so, we have to really think about how to also fight this climate justice advocacy battle on the narrative front, where, we have to be creative about how we can justify a paradigm shift like degrowth, right? And going back on ideas of limitless growth that we have, really normalized as, the way forward.
Yeah, thanks, Madhuri. I would also love to hear from Nina and from Mariana about how green mining projects are being proposed to local communities and how they're being justified. But looking at the time, and because I want to make some space for questions from the audience at the end, maybe we do a quick last round on our third question on what future alternatives for tech and its making do you want to see? And then we're going to hand it over to our lovely audience. So maybe each one of you gets 1 minute to briefly sketch their utopic vision. Nina, would you like to start?
Sure. Okay, 1 minute. Previously, I said that there are going to be mines open up everywhere. In the future, we should be resisting also mines everywhere. So what I want to see in the future is even more solidarity between affected communities, which is already happening. Mariana touched upon this briefly, which reminded me also of the great initiatives that several communities affected by lithium mining started, sort of coming together in order to show that this is not the green future that we want. The future alternative that I want is one where there is an absolute minimum of electric vehicles. I want electric public transport. I want to know where the materials that are being mined are being used for. I want sufficiency over efficiency. I want as little materials and as little environmental effect possible, and I want as much justice as possible.
That's very beautiful. Thanks a lot, Nina. Mariana, what about you? That was pretty sharp on the minute mark. Mariana, what about you? What's your utopic vision for tech and tech's future?
Thank you, and thank you, Nina. Yes. Well, I think I would for sure agree with the demand that Nina just made. So for me, alternatively, and as Diego was saying, we can make a choice at this point in time, and I think what we ought to make for choice right now is to reduce our car dependency, if we're speaking specifically of the mobility and energy transition. And as Nina said, invest in public transport, invest in electric public transport, invest in trains, so make the connections of mobility way more efficient, as Nina said. When I think about technological futures, I would also say we should reduce our dependency to electronic consumerism. As Diego brilliantly put it, we do not need the latest model. We do not need the latest innovation. And all of these ideas, and this is why I think to transition, or when thinking about future alternatives, we need to think about future alternative narratives. The model of the good life does not need to be equated with having the latest car, having the latest iPhone, having the latest computer. The model of the good life doesn't need to be equated with consuming to be happy or needing more to be fulfilled. And I think the model of the good life, so the narrative that we ought to have on our future, is to bring back autonomy, to bring back the right for people to repair, to upcycle, to recycle, bring back autonomy to people who have lost the capacity to, when something is broken, to repair it, be it electronics, we talk about tech, but be it our clothes. We often don't have this mindset. We think that new is better, that more is better. And I think the narrative should be different. I think doing with what we have, reducing our dependency to external market innovations. And that means also fostering, as Nina was saying, stronger senses of community, bring back the power to local communities, to foster autonomy, foster partial sufficiency. it would ought to be utopian. We could think about self-sufficiency for local communities living off the land, but we don't need to go that far. But we can think about policies that foster more circular, more local economies and political decision structures. And I think that is achievable. And I think the narratives that we create, those are the ones that ought to be changed. Because as Diego was saying, if right now we look at this publicity in Sweden and we are amazed and we think, brilliant, I want the mine in my country because precisely I want modernity, development, progress, my new car and the makeup that goes with it. This is what we're sold. But if we start being sold something else, we can also move to that different direction. And I see that my time is getting over. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mariana. Thanks for advocating against materialism and innovation and fostering for fostering communities and the good life for everyone. So, Diego, how does your utopia look like?
Yeah, just really shortly, and I think Mariana and Nina have already added so much of what I would have liked to say. So, I mean, I think it would be really important to go back to the past to build a future. And in a sense, many of our material consumption back in the 1970s was actually within planetary boundaries. In 1970, we were using one planet. 40 years later, 50 years later, now we're using up to 3. So we have to go back to that. And the quality of life in 1970s in Western Europe was not bad. It was actually quite good. So, and in many ways better. In terms of health, at least, at life expectancy, it was better. So these are the things like going back to build a future, right? And then maybe just one last thing, because I'm not a Luddite, right? I like technology. I like having things. But I want technology that builds community rather than keeps it apart. And Facebook or Instagram, whatever, there's aspects of it that are useful in the future. There's aspects that are not, particularly on the data extraction side, right? But then aside from this technological development, just really quickly, we also need to talk about why do people feel compelled to be on their phone so much, or feel compelled to be on their gaming systems, spend so much time on the gaming systems. And that is because many people feel isolated from each other. So in this sense, we need to build a community, as Mariana was saying, but also, and honestly, I'm a strong advocate for this, we need to work less. Because people that are stressed out consume more, they use more technology, and we just need to work less so that we can have these times, this free time, to spend it on reading a book online or what have you, but also to build community, to go to that community library and actually fix your phone, to learn how to, I don't know, fix your washing machine or what have you. But yeah, so it's important to connect, I think, working time reduction with technological development in the future, and how those two can combine to really build a much more connected society, but in a way that is meant to build community and not to make us more individualistic. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, and with that, we're going to end Privacy Camp for today. We can, I think, I'll go home because work is done. No, I'm gonna hand it over to conclude this last round to Maturi, and then I'm gonna hand it over to the audience.
Thank you. I'm going to be really, really quick because big plus ones to everything that all three of you said, and a plus 100 to community tool libraries. I just love the concept, and yeah, those spaces are jewels. Only to add, I would say the final demise of platform capitalism, where all the social media platforms that we know finally implode as they're run by American megalomaniacs who don't know any better and are spouts of climate misinformation and disinformation that we don't need, and more of community-run digital public spaces where they're run for people to organize and advocate, and yeah, powered by local communities, local data centers, just all decentralized, and overall less.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to everyone here on stage. I would open the floor maybe for two quick questions, and then we're going to conclude the session. I have one in the back from, okay, we'll take one in the front first, and then one in the back.
Thank you for this very important discussion. As Diego suggested with propaganda, I was attacked on social media for criticizing electric vehicles. And it's not a question, it's a suggestion. I replied with something that diffused the attack. I said, would you prefer driving an electric vehicle or drinking water?
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion.
My question was a bit more like practical. First of all, thank you so much for this conversation. It was really amazing. And I heard like synergies and avenues for change at different levels. So legal, you talked a bit about community, building field more, but also like public opinion. So my question to all of you, whoever has ideas, is practically how do you see the digital and environmental justice practitioners working together? Like, do we need to, like, I don't know, paint over those propaganda ads to work on the public opinion bit? Do we need to have like lobby coalitions to work on the legal field? Like practically, how do you see some concrete synergies happening?
Yeah, thanks. That's a lovely question. I wanted to ask it myself, but thanks, Andrea, for bringing it up. And maybe we take one more question from the audience, and then you get the quick chance to answer.
Thank you so much. And I'm Marco, I'm a climate justice activist. And I would like to ask you, Diego, a question related to the fact that you shared about the waste of mining as an intergenerational issue. And I myself am not like from a community affected from mining, but I hear like within climate justice environment that we speak a lot about, like, for example, the waste from atomic energy. But I never heard about mining waste, whereas they, as I understand it, they last forever, both of them. What do you think is the reason for it?
Okay, maybe who would like to start answering the question on the coalitions?
I don't mind starting.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mariana. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I wasn't seeing any movement, so I could jump in. Or I can start and then you can follow up.
Go ahead,
No, Mariana, please go ahead.
Okay.
We're all yours.
Yeah, okay. No, thanks for the question. I think I mean, as you already sort of answered, I think we need a diversity of tactics and strategies. What I've been seeing with going against the narrative of the energy transition, of the digital transition, as it is being projected right now, so not necessarily against this transition, but against how it is being planned, is that I've seen, and this is what I think environmental practitioners, advocates, activists should continue to do, is act both on the legal side, both on the advocacy, lobbying side. So in Brussels, obviously, these coalitions of advocates have the possibility to speak with be it policymakers, with deputies, and this is something that local communities have also done. For example, in Brussels, we went twice to an audition at the European Parliament and at the European Commission. But for these, of course, local communities need to be boosted and helped by people who are close to these decision centers. Then I think environmental advocates should also be present for social media by, be it on social media, be it on more traditional media, then of course organizing or helping organize protests, but also boycotts. I would like to mention this because, for example, in the case of Bohozo, and I know similar cases, the mining company is actually a stock exchange company, it's not a mining company. I mean, the current CEO has already said they do not want even to mine this project. They want to sell the license everyone else. So of course, this is a business. This is profit making for them. Their business is to sell to the highest bid these this mining licensing. And I think targeting the investors or with well thought, well planned strategies and narratives can also be a way of environmental practitioners and advocates who are further away from local communities to help. And then, of course, yes, offer legal help, as you said, and offer alternatives. This is something I always take the case of the European Environmental Bureau that Diego works for does very well. So presenting reports that get to the Brussels decision centers and that present not just the critique but also alternatives on how can the EU do differently and do better. And I would think that if we would see all of these environmental practitioners working together, we would have. I mean, we are already having good results, or we have to be hopeful that we continue these good results, but we would have even better results, I would say.
I can respond to Andrea's question on coalition building between tech advocacy and climate justice folks. So
yeah,
I think I have
one last minute, and then you're gonna lead us out of the conversation, Maturi. And I'm gonna relegate the question that was asked to Diego to because we are here physically. So I think you can answer that in private after the conversation. Thanks.
I mean, the only point I want to make is that climate philanthropy, climate grant makers, particularly, are very steeped in tech optimism, and there's a lot of resources, particularly from big grant organizations like Bezos Fund, being put towards tech and data tools, particularly towards forest conservation and ecosystem management. And I think digital rights folks have a big contribution to make in terms of just sharing their expertise on data governance, data sharing, just the dangers of giving over big data repositories on our planetary resources to monopoly corporations. And I think digital rights folks often take that domain knowledge for granted. But, even a term like tech optimism is certainly not mainstream amongst, foresters, conservationists. And so I think there is a lot to be done there in terms of just exchanging expertise in these really focused ways.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks so much for being here as an audience and engaging. And I'm sorry I didn't allow for more time for questions and answers at the end. Thanks so much, Maturi, Mariana, Diego, and Nina for being here, for sharing your insight and sharing your struggles here on stage. Thanks again for Edri for having us here, and I wish you a lot of fun here at Privacy Camp.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
a great image, surrounded in data protection. Wherever you would like.
Unfortunately, I guess that's the case now, yeah. I'm next to you. That's fine.
All right, welcome everyone to the afternoon session. I hope you had a good lunch and good chat. We are delighted to be opening the EDPS Civil Society Summit. So I just wanted to say a few words of intro and then I'll leave on to my colleague Ella for introducing the panel. But thank you so much to Wojciech Wyborowski and his team for the continuation of this tradition of exchange with civil society. It's really important to have continued dialogue between EU institutions and NGOs and really continuing connecting on issues of common concern. So thank you so much. Thank you for the financial support as well, as I said in the opening, but saying that again. Just wanted to thank specifically my colleague Ela Jakubowska and the team at the EDPS, especially Kazik Uzadowski, for preparing this particular session this year. This year is a special year for the EDPS. We wanted to say once again, happy anniversary. And when discussing, this year editions of the summit, it was really clear that there was an appetite to talk about the big picture. We are closing this mandate of the European Commission and Parliament, and many laws have been discussed and adopted, the DSA, the AI Act, as we discussed this morning, but also still encountering a lot of GDPR enforcement issues. So it really felt important to discuss enforcement of these rules and what is the role of watchdogs, whether it's civil society or more official supervisors, in enforcement of these rules, and especially in the context of backsliding of democracy in Europe and in the world. So I leave Ella introducing the panelists, and I wish you a pleasant session.
Thank you so much, Claire. So as Claire said, welcome to this session, Bark and Bite, where we're going to focus on lots of different parts of the enforcement ecosystem in the EU. First of all, I'm delighted to give the floor to Wojciech Wyborowski, the EDPS, to talk about the enforcement of data protection as a means to protect and promote human rights. So if you could please kick us off.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility to be here. As you know, already for some years, we try to organize the meeting with the civic society on the edge of the privacy camp as the event. We don't invade the whole privacy camp. We just use it as an opportunity to talk with those who are our eyes on the world. Theoretically, the watchdogs, which the regulators are always focused on the tip of the iceberg, which are the things that the people are complaining about. But we have to remember that the European Data Protection Supervisor is not only the one who is dealing with the complaints, but is also the advisor in the legislative process in the European Union. So while in our supervisory role, we are focused on the public sphere, in our advisory role, we are dealing with the whole data protection law and the whole privacy law, actually, in the European Union. So then we need an eyes on what's going on around. And I was always of the opinion that the big part of this job is done by the civic society movement, not only by the NGOs, but also by individual activists, because these are the ones who have the knowledge which we do not have, and they are observing the world, observing from the point of view of those who are dealing with the human rights. Data protection is not the human right in the strictest sense of this word. Of course, the privacy appears in the human rights documents, and it appears in the declarations and in the fundamental rights of the European Union. But data protection is a little bit different animal, and sometimes it's even put it as the counterbalance to some human rights and to the part of the story which we call the citizens' rights. That especially goes to the problem of the right to speech, the problem of transparency versus sometimes badly understood data protection. I also remember always the kind of course that was said by Serge Guthrith from the Free University of Brussels, VUB, who said that it was easier to deal with the privacy and to defend the privacy before the data protection law has been created. Because the data protection law is often the list of mitigation measures which allow to intrude the privacy. Of course, that's not what I would agree with, but I have to admit that we are often asked to be like that, to be this kind of institution, the institution who will say what is the threshold that you cannot go over. And then the problem of the work of the regulators, like the data protection authorities are, is that we have to, at one point, enforce the law which exists. On the other hand, we have to think what we should have in the next step in the future. When I saw the title of today's session, I thought it is interesting. Let's say, from the PR point of view, well written, but it's not necessarily what I would like to do as a data protection authority. I have a dog. I really appreciate the fact that he thinks that he defends my house. But that's Bichon Frise. He's not the one whom you send against the enemies, but you rather will use him as a pillow. So I don't want to be the one who barks only for barking, and I don't want to be one who is accountable by biting. So it's not necessarily the most important thing for me. What are the fines and what are the big cases? But I see the problem of the enforcement of the GDPR, but also European Union DPR, the regulation which deals with the data protection in the EU institutions. I see the problem of solving the problems for the future and getting the complainant be happy of the way that we dealt with his case. And that seems to be the bigger and bigger gap in between the expectation of those whose data was misused or leaked or breached, and those who try to solve the problem for the future. And I hope that I will hear today the good examples and the constructive criticism towards the situation that we have at the moment, because I believe that from 2025, we'll have again the discussion on what the data protection law means and what the privacy means in 21st century. So Ella, back to you, and I hope that this panel will stay in your memory.
Thank you so much for that brilliant opening. It really sets an interesting tone for the discussion. So we're going to start now with a bit of a quick fire round just to introduce the panelists and give you all a bit of insight into who we've got sharing their expertise with us today. So first of all, I'm going to bring us to Thomas Zerdick. I tried to do the German pronunciation beforehand and it was useless, so we decided to go for an anglicized pronunciation, I'm sorry. Thomas is the head of supervision and enforcement at the EDPS, so incredibly relevant for the content of this panel. And before joining the EDPS, Thomas worked on the EU's landmark data protection laws, the GDPR, Law Enforcement Directive, at the European Commission. So he also has a perspective from the other side of enforcement. So Thomas, without further ado, one of the themes of this year's Privacy Camp is revealing systems. What systems will you be working to reveal in 2024?
Thank you, Ella. Well, obviously, the first thing which comes to mind is what my supervisor has already alluded to, the 20th anniversary of the EDPS as an institution, as a supervisory authority. But you've probably heard already a lot about that, so I'm not going to go into this. What I can reveal, Ella, is certainly this year will be interesting from a supervision and enforcement perspective, because we will finalize our investigation into the European Commission's use of Microsoft 365. As you know, that is an already longer investigation from our side, but it is critically important because it will look at the overall compliance by the Commission in this case, but also at the players in the processing chain, and we will look at contractual arrangements and obviously also at transfers. And that will be of importance for all the other 77 EU institutions, offices, bodies and agencies when they use that product. But also, Ella, I think important is, you remember, the EDPS has started a court action against the European Parliament and the Council as regards true provisions in the latest Europol regulation because of their retroactive effect. We are in the procedure of appealing against the first decision by the General Court, and that will also be of importance, I think, to the EDPS as an institution and also as a signage to the legislators on what should be done with privacy legislation and not. So, first thoughts from me. Thank you, Ella.
Great, thank you, and fantastic to hear of those really concrete things that will be coming up. So I'm going to ask a similar question now to our next speaker, Simona de Heer, who is a digital advisor to the Dutch delegation of the Greens group in the European Parliament. One of the MEPs whom she advises is Tineke Strik, rapporteur for the Frontex Scrutiny Group, who unfortunately has not been able to join us today, but Simona also follows this work closely, and so we're delighted to have Simona in her place. So, Simona, I mentioned the Frontex Scrutiny Group. You spent the last year working with MEPs to reveal systems as part of that. What has been your biggest takeaway from this piece of work?
Yes, sorry you'll have to do with me today because, ironically, Tineke had to be in the Frontex Scrutiny Group meeting that was last-minute planned at this moment.
It's a good reason.
It's a good reason. Today is also about revealing systems, so I wouldn't want to claim any of the great work that Tineke's my migration colleagues have done on the scrutiny group and on scrutiny on Frontex. I mainly cover her digital policies, but I think in the current systems we are in and the current trends we see, a lot of people are feeling scared, especially when you hear the migration narratives. We see increasingly, we have political games that are no longer about content, scapegoating many groups of people, but especially migrants. You see the debates in the parliament aren't necessarily about constructive solutions anymore, but more about pointing fingers towards each other and sowing fear and division. And in this whole context, the whole topic of migration can really look quite bleak and grim. But I come with a message of hope. I asked Tineke what her main takeaways are, and she actually said her main takeaway of the past term is that however bleak the outlook looks, it actually works to have democratic accountability. If you have civil society constantly documenting what is happening, sounding the alarm bells, investigative journalists doing great work and tirelessly reporting about things going on the ground, if there's enough of a movement, then still, even in this current political context, you can get a whole report through about scrutiny on Frontex. You have an OLAF investigation into Frontex at the moment. There was an ombudsman investigation into Frontex. And in the end, there was even leadership change, if we're speaking about systems. A lot of the time, systems are also influenced by what comes from above. And I think this is a message that even we, in some darker times, really try to hold on to, that this scrutiny, the constant transparency and the communal fight together is never lost and actually leads to improvements.
Thank you, Simona, and it's great to have something positive. Perhaps others here have seen the kind of re-emergence of predictions of the swing to the right and the far right for the Parliament next term. So I think it's really important in that context that we know that our mobilizations work, that complaints work, that there is a reason for why we're doing what we're doing. So another theme of this year's Privacy Camp is rethinking systems. And I was going to ask this question to my colleague Chloe Barthélemy, but she's unfortunately not been available anymore. So I'm going to use my moderator privilege just to make sure that EDRI's perspective is still put across on this topic. And I think similarly to Simona, we're seeing in the broader context of the criminalization of migration at the EU's borders. Something that we really want to see rethought this year is the punitive, racist criminal justice and border systems that only seem to get more and more bolstered in EU laws and policies. We've seen that really deeply in our work in the last year and before that on AI, on law enforcement, on interoperability. And we also would really like, speaking to Chloe and preparing for this, both of us work on some of the law enforcement files. We both see a really strong need to counter this narrative that the EU needs a free flow of data because that's what criminals have. And somehow if we can just open everything up and transcend borders with data, that's going to solve our problems, because it really feeds into these narratives of criminalization, of punishment, of a lack of solidarity. And instead, we really want to see the reframing towards the socio-economic conditions that actually create these conditions. Next, I'm going to go quite predictably onto the final Privacy Camp theme for this year of changing systems. And I'm going to be asking that to Ursula Packel, who I'm delighted to introduce next. Ursula is the Deputy Director General of BEUC, which is the European Consumer Organization. Ursula is a lawyer and a long-running consumer and digital rights advocate. Of course, we know those two rights are mutually reinforcing. And she's been a watchdog of those rights since 1997 with BEUC. So, without further ado, delighted to have you here. Which systems will you and BEUC be hoping to change in 2024?
Thank you, Ella, and thank you for having me at this summit. It's a great question, but it's also a huge question. So I'll start with maybe 4 short points that I thought about. And the first one, and because we have the EDPS, we have Wojciech on the panel, and the EDPS has always, I think, been very foresightful in the sense of anticipating developments, and I think that's extremely important. I would like to mention that in 2018 already there was a piece of consumer legislation called the New Deal, and the EDPS gave an opinion, and in that opinion it underlined that in relation to the data economy, to business practices directed to consumers, to citizens, that it will be very important to look at different aspects of legislation, to consumer law, to data protection law, to competition law. And I think this is really the challenge that is really important to seize this year, with all the new legislation coming into application, being implemented by the member states, that we challenge our own thinking, change our own system of thinking, and go out of silo and look at these things not only from a GDPR approach, of course, which is still the backbone, let me say, of all the other elements and rights that we have, but we need to really mobilize all our forces and use all the opportunities, and I hope we come back to opportunities later on as well, to fight what we want to fight for. The second point, and that's very much related, so we as BEUC, we are going to continue our enforcement activities. We have different strands there. We did just a few weeks ago a consumer complaint against Meta's pay or consent model. I think it's extremely important to really go after these business models of surveillance that we still have there, despite all the efforts. I mean, NOIB has done an excellent work already on that, and we try to complement that also with the consumer approach. We'll maybe go further into the GDPR, but I mean, this is just one example. And then I think 2024 will be also the year to change the enforcement landscape. There are several several elements. One is collective redress, so class action if you want. We have a directive that is applicable already since more than a year, but the member states are lagging behind. But you will maybe know that GDPR is one of the fields in which in the future consumer organizations, public authorities, other digital rights organizations, whoever who will be qualified entity can take action for injunctions to stop activities or to ask for compensation. And this could be a game changer, but we need to make it happen, and it's quite a challenge. We also have the DMA, the designation of gatekeepers. We have the DSA, the designation of very large online platforms, etc. We try to help the Commission in lawsuits that are pending against designations, and we have the AI Act. We have to, I think, explore the enforcement system. And the last point, maybe we also want to change concepts in law. For example, in consumer law, we have this idea that the consumer is the weaker party, and we say we want to look at that from a new perspective, namely of the perspective of digital asymmetry. And that means that in the digital environment, consumers are permanently in a weaker position, and we need a different threshold for measuring fairness of practices of businesses. So these are just a few elements of the systems I think that we want to change in 24. Thank you.
And it's great to hear that there's so many opportunities then. And I think that particularly highlights as well the power of bringing together the different perspectives, the different fields, the different enforcement mechanisms. So we've already heard a short bit from a civil society perspective, supervisory and parliament. So now I'm going to shift a little and last but by no means least, introduce our final panelist, Dani Mekic. Dani is a technologist and researcher with Leiden University and the Eindhoven University of Technology. Thanks to his work to reveal toxic systems and even the toxic business models that you have just noted, and thanks to that work from Dani, we are aware of one of, for me at least, one of the biggest stories that came out of last year, which is the potentially unlawful targeting of paid adverts on X, formerly Twitter, using protected characteristics, so sensitive characteristics that should benefit from really high protections by the European Commission's Home Affairs Unit. A story which is, or a scandal, should I say, which is now under EDPS investigation. So Dani, shifting gear a little bit, could you give us an overview of your watchdog role in this scandal?
First of all, thank you for having me here today. Actually, I was hoping that I would be never called a watchdog because to some extent that's something, you would like to live in a society that's not necessary to have so much watchdogs. But actually for my doctoral research, I'm super interested in large-scale privacy infringements that are, coming to our society more often. Interesting is that we still see them from an infringement perspective. So we look at, is it proportional? Is it foreseeable? And at the same time, we create a society in which the essence of privacy and also data protection is under attack, I would say. And obviously, I was also interested in the plans of the EU Commission on introducing another measure of mass surveillance, which is turning all of our digital communications into potential mass surveillance mechanisms and create a technological capability of these service providers to have real-time scanning of our conversations to see whether or not we, of course, as far as the algorithm thinks, are doing something that is illegal. And interesting enough, while I was researching that, I started seeing advertisements on X, formerly Twitter, which I first didn't really recognize as EU official ads because they were super eerie. They were black and white. There was this strange music, pictures of children. And this was this typical type of scammy advertisement trying to sell something to you, stating that the majority of the European population would propose this proposal,
I'm not sure who studied it, but it's 180 pages long. I don't even know how you can meaningfully ask people if they consent to something like that in a poll. And I started researching it. I found that that poll was, I mean, by design flawed, because it was only showing the, I would say, potential but unproven positive effects of such mass surveillance, but not informing people about the potential consequences. And then they were simply asking you, are you for the protection of children or for privacy? Well, I don't know. I mean, I believe a lot of us are really in favor of privacy, but I obviously would also choose for the protection of children. Now, that's not, it's not fair to put it as a trade-off. Privacy is a fundamental right also of children. And I think that this type of mass surveillance deserves a more meaningful discussion and conversation. Sadly enough, when it was discussed by a previous seminar organized by the EDPS, I've heard that the commissioner was invited but didn't want to attend that very interesting meeting around this topic. Now, to go back to the advertisement, because of the DSA, large platforms like Twitter should have transparency about the targeting mechanisms. And two interesting things I found. The first is that this advertisement was, the campaign started one day after the EU Council had a discussion about this proposal, and was only targeted on the countries that did not want to vote in favor of this regulation. The second thing that I found is that while it was using, I would say, shady tactics that remind me of Cambridge Analytica, of things that we've seen in the Trump campaign, they were also targeting a specific group of people in our society that were potentially more favorable to this type of proposal by excluding Eurosceptical people, people that are affiliated or interested in some German political parties. Even Christianity was excluded. And by doing that, you're sorting out a part of a society and you're creating an insincere conversation, which I believe is not part of a healthy democracy. So that's what I found. I'm happy to be here, and I hope we will never see something like that again in our democratical society.
Thank you, Danny. And I have to admit, I'm the one that put this the dog analogies throughout this session. So note to self, maybe not everyone is as obsessed with dogs as I am. But now that we are all warmed up, we're going to move on to a second round, where we're going to collectively explore the role of privacy and data protection in upholding rights and democracy in times of backsliding. And in the work that we've been doing as EDRI, we've very much seen in recent years the politicization and the instrumentalization of many laws and policies. And to give one example, my colleagues who follow the Eurodac regulation, where we've seen the age for which biometric data can be collected from children on the move, so migrant children, down to the age of 6. With the claim that it's for their own good, that it's going to help them. And as someone who's worked on the protection of biometric data, so data about our faces, our bodies, for many years, we know how sensitive and vulnerable those data are. And so we would automatically question the premise that we're doing this for children's good, as well as how it can normalize the mass collection of people's data. So getting into the discussion, I'm going to turn first to Ursula to ask how you think that civil society and other watchdog-type entities can help to shine a light on issues regarding the adoption and the implementation of EU policies in politically sensitive areas, which is, I guess, a tactful way of me putting it. So over to you.
Let me maybe start with a little anecdote. In 2020, the Commission consulted on the Democracy Action Plan. So it was a public consultation, and we thought we were going to respond to make it clear that there is a big connection between protecting consumers, protecting citizens, for example, in relation to data protection, consumers in relation to data protection, to consumer law, whatever, and protecting democracies, because what we see, the tracking and profiling, the exploitation of the data, it all leads to screwing up information and fails information, and the way that people are targeted. It's all related, and we wanted the European Commission to acknowledge that in their action plan, but I think we haven't come very far, but I think it would be necessary to do that, and I think it's really civil society who has that task to do it. But the other point, and I'm deviating a little bit from the politically sensitive areas because I don't know exactly what we mean by that. If we talk about manipulating elections, manipulating people, I think it boils down to the same problem. But what I think is really the task of civil society, particularly in 2024, is to draw attention to the problem we have with enforcement and the resources of public authorities, but also the resources of civil society to do enforcement and to do compliance check. Because though, Wojciech, you said you don't really like so much the focus on enforcement, I mean, we have had the experience with the GDPR, and we know that enforcement is necessary in order to be credible. And we need our institutions to be credible because there is a real threat. And we will see it with the next European elections of this sliding into, a lot of support for right-wing parties and orientations. And I think it's very important to make sure that everybody understands our institutions are credible. The Brussels effect and European regulation is credible. It does work in practice. So there is a lot to do. And the discussion about implementation, enforcement, compliance is hugely important. If you look at the AI Act, which unfortunately, in our opinion, has been based on a product legislation framework, which means there is going to be conformity assessments in order to be in line with the requirements of the Act. Conformity assessments are going to be mainly self-assessments by the industry. So who is going to look after that? Who is going to watch that? I don't think for the time being, the authorities that have been designed now in the AI Act, I mean, I haven't really studied it yet, but we will see, it's Market Surveillance Authority, no idea how they're going to cope with it. And civil society, I mean, we've seen Noib was just amazing in drawing attention to the GDPR and how it could deliver. But we need to do that, and we need to do it also in other areas. So that's my main point here. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the AI Act. Along with colleagues, we've been studying it in a lot of depth in the last few days, weeks, months, years. And something we've noticed as well is this kind of lack of thinking through some of the parts around the market surveillance, as we call it, and how it's going to be enforced. And one example that stands out to me is on some of the biometric surveillance uses, particularly retrospective facial recognition. It's going to have an authorization process by a judicial authority or an administrative authority, administrative agency, and what we see there is that it's missing the word independent. So whilst I think all of us have in common, a real respect for and appreciation of the need for the independence of these oversight mechanisms, what we see there actually in this case of retrospective facial recognition by police is that a police administrative authority could probably act as the authorizing entity under how this final AI Act has been drafted. And so really it's the police rubber stamping the police, which really does worry us. So I'm going to move us on now to a bit of a wildcard question that I didn't put in the session prep, but based on what you said, I'm really curious to know really what anyone's thoughts might be. So you mentioned the Democracy Action Plan and the fact that you wanted the Commission in what they put forward to be more attuned to the enforcement and implementation questions. Broadly, where do we as panelists think that this lack of attention to enforcement and implementation is coming from? Is it the drafts that we receive from the Commission? Is it the political climate? Is it something else entirely? Does anyone have any speculation that you could share about what is causing this issue? A tough question.
Well, I would like to
Yes, please.
If I may, I would like to actually respond to, maybe it's also an answer to this question, but something you mentioned before. So now the sudden rise of biometric surveillance. And I'm just always thinking, like, why are we discussing this? How many thousands of years has our species been here without this sort of very intrusive way of treating each other? in the context of that, in many of our European countries, it has never been so safe as it currently is. In combination with that, I feel that many of us really value the fact that we have democracies, knowing that anonymity is one of the main ingredients of a healthy democracy and has been always like that, which means that it doesn't matter which job you have, you know, even if you're working at the European Commission, you need to be able to actually go to the street, go to this conference, open a Twitter account anonymously, share your opinion without living under constant fear that without you knowing it, you have been catched and then there will be huge repercussions. So what I feel in this type of discussions is that very quickly we start to talk about the technique, you know, and the implementation of technologies, like how can we do it in a privacy-friendly way? But actually it's the wrong discussion that we should be having as a society. The discussion that we should be having is what type of society do we want to have? I mean, we could actually transform into something more authoritarian. That's also part of a democracy. We could actually vote for that, and then, you know, it's also possible. But I feel that while not having this discussion, while not choosing for it, we're actually slowly gathering the building blocks of something that at one day actually could turn against us. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that in my new article that I'm currently writing, I've been studying the interesting fact that the word privacy has been added to the Dutch dictionary in 1950, shortly after the Second World War. And I was reading this super fascinating book where at that time they said, we should never, ever anymore build a database with Jewish people. Because that was actually the reason why it was so easy to find the people that were deported and that were murdered. Now, that hasn't been such a long time ago. I'm just wondering, how is it possible? How did we went from not having a list of people that form a group based on their religion to a system that, you know, and even voluntarily, and that's why I really believe that consumer protection should be an essential part of this, voluntarily giving up that freedom that we had to not disclose this to anyone. And I feel we should not be talking about the technology so much rather than the societal implications.
Thanks, Danny. And you remind me of what Wojciech said at the beginning, actually, about how our role is not to legitimize and make harms acceptable. You know, we need to go much further beyond that and figure out exactly, as you're saying, what we can accept in society and what not. I'm going to go back now to Simona. In your work, you've kind of witnessed lawmaking in a lot of politically sensitive contexts. So I want to ask what your predictions are for the next mandate when it comes to privacy, data protection, the rule of law. Are you hopeful? Are you pessimistic? What do you see on the horizon?
Well, as has already come back a couple of times, this discussion with the polls of this morning, my first outlook is quite pessimistic about the future of data protection and especially the rule of law. But also it makes me quite fiery to fight back even more, because I think for a lot of people, and I'm sure we'll go into that later as well, privacy is quite an abstract concept. And that's also why voluntarily people say, oh, I don't have anything to hide. I don't care if Facebook registers whatever data about me that I'm not even quite sure of what they're collecting, because it's such an abstract concept for so many people. And what you see all over the place, from in the US when the right to abortion was put under pressure, suddenly it became really clear what the implications are of apps constantly tracking your menstrual cycle and your pregnancy chances. You see it even in my own country, in the Netherlands, now the sudden win of the far right, which was really disastrous, I feel, has really woken people up, and suddenly people care again about the rule of law and the constitution, while before those were really abstract concepts to people. So I think, especially because privacy is never like a goal in itself to many people, but it can be really a tool. It can really be a tool for further oppression, to further strengthen power asymmetries. Someone who knows everything about you can also use that against you, either by oppressing you or manipulating you. I think the more the general rule of law is under pressure, the more we see conservative and far-right and extremist movements rise, I think the more concrete and more important privacy becomes to people. And I hope we can really continue this fight, whatever happens in the next years.
Absolutely. Okay, moving then back to the EDPS perspective, Thomas, I want to ask you what you think is still needed to enhance the enforcement of existing privacy and data protection rules that we have. You know, what is missing most obviously for you?
Thanks, Ella. I think it became clear that enforcement as such is not the end game. It's not the only objective. It's about preserving our digital identities, preserving our values. And that's why we as the EDPS, we are in the same line as the other data protection supervisory authorities, those in the European Data Protection Board. We would like to see very quickly the rapid adoption of the rules on the GDPR, on the harmonizing of the administrative rules. Because that promise, and that makes me slightly optimistic, that promises to give more clarity for complainants, for example, and for us supervisory authorities as well, and that can only be good. By the way, no such mechanism exists or has even been proposed for issues falling under the law enforcement directive, police and judicial cooperation and criminal authorities, where as a supervisory authority, we actually have exactly the same needs to handle complaints and deal with cross-border issues. But if we see that happening, rapid adoption of the GDPR rules harmonization, that means more cross-border cases, more work for the European Data Protection Board, more dispute resolution, probably also more litigation. We see that very clearly. And then it all boils down to resources. I think it's pretty clear that all independent supervisory authorities already struggle today with the correct amount of resources. And I don't see any additional resources happening, not this year, not next year. So that's a question. Compare this to the Commission, which has just put out a vacancy notice for 50 more staff for enforcing the Digital Services Act. So of course we can do our part by working much better together at European level with our counterparts in the supervisory authorities, but that will only take us so far. So some mixed messages there.
Sure, so I guess it's about the broader enforcement ecosystem. Would anyone else have other things for a wish list for things you would like to see? Yeah.
Thank you. No, I just was triggered by what you said about implications, and I'm going to say something which is maybe not very popular in this community, but when I started, so to speak, to work on privacy data protection, I was always, why do they always talk about advertising? I mean, we're still always talking about business models for behavioral advertising, that we have to fight them. I think it's really time to go much further beyond. We should talk about personal pricing, a huge topic which we will see more and more, which has huge implications, exclusion of people, more profiling in very sensitive fields. We should talk about access to services. We should talk about, you know, what offers you see on the internet. So I think I would like the wish list is to expand really this discussion and look at business models in a more global, not only related to advertising. And that's also what people think. I mean, what, you know, this advertising there doesn't really harm. But I think we all need to understand the real implications. And then just a quick back to your question on what is the reason why don't we talk enough about enforcement, or why is it not sexy, etc. I think enforcement has always been difficult in terms of just the legal competences of the European Union compared to the member states, and the member states are the ones who are in charge of enforcement. But we've seen a lot of changes recently. I mean, who would have thought that the DMA would be possible? Who would have thought that the DSA, that the Commission is the exclusive enforcer for the very large online platforms and the very large search engines? I mean, I think 5 years ago, everybody would have said, never ever this is going to happen. But what I want to say is we have 30 years of single market. but we have a totally outdated understanding of how compliance and enforcement structures should work. And I think this is also very much something that we would like to put forward. And the EDPS has been, again, showing the way with the conference last year about enforcement in the digital world. But I think we need to expand that and go much further. Thank you.
Thanks. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, so I really like the topic of systems, because I feel that in the end, if you want to make a large shift in society, you need to change the systems rather than trying to work better in them. And one thing that I found very interesting in my research, when I see that the amount of privacy and data protection infringements are accumulating, and it became impossible to know who is processing your data and for which purposes. And then I started thinking, like, couldn't we turn it around? Right now, personal data are plain text letters, and you know that they belong to you because you gave it to them, or you're maybe identifiable because of them. But couldn't we add a cryptographic layer when sharing the personal data that we have, or force large companies to add it, so that in a privacy-friendly way, obviously, these data would actually pop up in your system, so that you would have some sort of dashboard, maybe a device, maybe it's embedded in your browser, where you could always oversee all personal data that is out there, that is connected to you in the world, and that you could actually exercise your rights with the press of a button. Because I've been feeling now like after I was tweeting about this European regulation, I also got shadow banned by Twitter and by X. I did an access request, and I didn't get access to which decision they made about me, automated, with which algorithm, how it worked, and specifically which content led to this shadow banning. I need to go to court now in April. They sent 4 lawyers to me. I figured out that actually it was a quotation of a professor in the Netherlands that triggered the ban. But I mean, I just wanted to share that I feel that if we really want to resolve this, we should not only think about tuning the current system, but I feel we need to come up with a more up-to-date system that empowers individuals to actually exercise the rights that they have.
Yeah, love the idea of changing the system, and definitely that's an example of where we need to be better empowered as human beings. I wonder if anyone else has reflections on that idea that you'd like to share. Yeah, Simona, please.
Yes, I think there are some very interesting ideas there on really fundamentally changing the system. But I think also part of the existing system is that we do also, and I know it's not that green to usually say, but we do also have a lot of solid rules out there that the current system is that many, especially companies, but also governments, just do not follow. They simply don't. And they'll make up another legal form with the reasons why they can process all your data and follow you around constantly. And then if a privacy authority says something about that, then they'll find another legal basis and drag it all the way to courts. And I think here also enforcement could be part of that system change, and maybe we could also system change enforcement. And I know there's a lot of really good work going on, and I also really respect the work of the EDPS, but an idea that's been floating around in the parliament and that I've seen coming back multiple times is, for example, especially as centralized enforcement and the need thereof is increasingly growing, more centralized enforcement of digital laws, as we have quite a pack now for very large companies, especially because in these times where we see that a very small number of very large companies completely does not care about any rules and just pumps money into sending you 10 lawyers, threatening constantly to drag people, NGOs, civil society to court, we need to counterbalance that. And I think we can only do that by bundling resources, bundling expertise, bundling the brilliant minds we have working on these topics. And I think for the future, if we're talking about wish lists and ways to change things, some form of further centralization of enforcement of all the digital laws we've just passed would be useful.
Thank you for that. And I think it's very telling, actually, if you compare the struggle of the Commission to hire their extra 15 DSA enforcers compared to Twitter, who can just send 4 lawyers for a shadow banning case. There's a real asymmetry of resources, of power there. So we've touched on a couple of times some of the laws that we have on the horizon that will have opportunities, but maybe also challenges for data protection and privacy and broader human rights enforcement, and that are going to go through their implementation in the coming months and years. So we have things like the Digital Services Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act. So I want to ask the panelists what sort of opportunities and or challenges they do foresee as we're going to start seeing these new pieces of law ramp up. So maybe Danny, if you could go first.
So I'm actually quite positive about at least the DSA, because again, it empowers individuals if it works. Now, in my case, I didn't get a notice that Twitter should actually send to me, but in theory, if they would have sent me the notice that I got shadow banned, I would have known because of this message. I could have been appealing it. So I like these type of laws because they actually empower people. I, at the same time, feel that while all these, I would say, infringement-based laws and tests, I mean, we shadow banned this message because of this reason. It's certainly important, but at the same time, I start to feel that we are actually looking at the wrong way. Because while we are looking at all these infringement-based laws, we actually miss the point that the sole goal of all these laws is to actually protect the human being and to create a space that actually consists of the essence of what we tried to once protect. And that's actually why I know some of you are researchers in academia, and I really want to ask people to dive more into the world of the fundamental right to human dignity, which is Article 1 of the EU Charter. And which actually, if you study it, that's what I'm doing in my dissertation. I hope to soon release it to you so you can comment on it, but hopefully it might bring us a little bit further, because what I see is that human dignity is not about the infringement from a commercial company or all the infringements that the EU Commission would like to embed in law. But it's about the very simple question, if at the end of the day, people that are part of our society still can enjoy enough of the essence of the fundamental rights that we try to protect. And we can unload even tens of more laws, but if we just look at, we go on the streets here, you go with a train, you want to communicate, you make a reservation in a restaurant, I don't see really much of the essence of privacy anymore in the society that we created. And that's not because of one single individual isolatable infringement that is caused by any party, but it's because of the collective of what we as a society are doing. And I'm very positive that I feel that the fundamental right to human dignity could actually protect us against that, because it's also a positive obligation for lawmakers to actually come up with solutions. And I feel that one of the things that could come out of that is that large companies, but also our government, should not only check the proportionality of individual infringements that they create for a specific reason, but also the collective, the aggregate intrusion taken together that they take on our everyday fundamental rights. And if you need to weigh that as well, you would actually put them in the position to create a little bit more trade-offs. Do you want to scan private digital communications? Or do you want to enroll other types of surveillance rather than doing it all? Because it's just the interference that you actually need to test. And once you get it done, you can just roll another one out.
I think this idea as well of being creative about how we can enforce our rights is something that I heard in what Simona was sharing and from Ursula as well. So maybe that's one of the themes that we're really pulling out, is how we need to think laterally and in slightly different ways if we're going to be able to shift these systems that we know we very much need to shift. Going back then more onto the DSA, the AI Act, or the other laws that we have coming up into their rollout phase. Ursula, what would you see as some of the big challenges and or opportunities that these new governance mechanisms are going to create for us?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, maybe just trying to connect also to what we just discussed. about the empowerment of individuals, which I think is really important. But I also have to say I'm a bit skeptical about the average person, the average consumer, the average human being having the time, the resources, the knowledge, the energy to go after their rights really in a way that is necessary. As you also described, you make an access request, you don't get an answer. I mean, who has time to then go after everything again? I personally very much believe in a collective interest representation, and this is why I've been working for consumer and digital rights protection for such a long time. I think civil society, in representing these interests and also doing enforcement collectively, that is fundamentally important. So, of course, protection by design is also something which we have there. We have it in the GDPR, and actually we're trying to translate that now into consumer law, because people don't have time to think and to take informed decisions. It's just not possible in such a complex world. We need protection by design and by default, and the GDPR has it and shows it, but it's not enforced. So, I mean, these are just 2 points. But in relation to the enforcement and the resources, and that, I mean, of course, authorities, public authorities that cannot really cater for everything. Apart from working hand in hand with authorities for civil society, I think we also have now opportunities to come in at the lower level, talking about impact assessments under the DSA, for example, that the very large online platforms have to do, looking at impact on fundamental rights. So how is this going to work out? Because if I'm a business, I see, okay, impact assessment on fundamental rights, on privacy, on dignity, very important. I mean, what do I do there? And who knows what I'm going to do? And what is the standard? What is the good governance for an impact assessment? So these are all open questions, and I think we really have a role to play there. The other element that I really see, and it's not very sexy neither, and I'm afraid we're having a lot of technical things here, it's standardization. We know that in the AI Act, this is going to play a huge role, because the first level law, so the AI Act itself, it gives a lot of discretion to the standardization bodies. To a degree, I don't know what the final wording is going to be, but if we talk about data management to avoid discrimination, the law only says something like, should be done in a way that it does not infringe anti-discrimination law, and then that goes to the standardization body, and you know the standardization bodies are dominated by industry, and it's basically a business model, a private business model. So making that more inclusive, having civil society having a say there, and following now in the mandate that the standardization sense and LEC will have, I think it's going to be really important. And for the future, I think we shouldn't have certain things in standardization that should be regulated in a democratic way by the democratically elected institutions and not by private standardization. I mean, this is a big topic. I'm going to step out of that here, but I think we have more opportunities at the lower level before it comes to these business practices being rolled out. That's where we also have to put the foot in and to make sure that it doesn't happen and have a say. And then, I mean, we were lobbying a lot for having complaints procedure, having collective redress possible in the DSA, in the DMA, in the AI Act, in the Data Act, in the Data Governance Act. To a big degree, I think we have it there. You have individual complaints procedures, you have collective complaint procedures, you have collective redress in all of these laws, but we have to use it. So that's the challenge, and we will need also the resources to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, and you've just listed, really a slew of different laws that are relevant for digital rights and that are really quite overwhelming, as well as offering a lot of possibilities. So maybe, Thomas, from your perspective, how do you anticipate that the work of the EDPS and maybe of the supervisory authorities nationally, how is that going to change? How does it need to change? How can it change in light of all these big legislative changes that we're seeing?
Well, first we have to make sense and understand what's happening there, and I think that's our main job. But let me just, a side note to the issue of dignity. I think that's an interesting case because, as you all know, in Germany in 1983, the first judgment from the German Federal Constitutional Court creating the right to informational self-determination was actually what we now call privacy and data protection, was actually derived from the right to dignity. And this is, so I think this is indeed underpinning the work we do, and if it's not clear still, then it's probably our job to explain it yet once more to everybody who's willing to listen. But Ella, you were referring to the changes for the EDPS in our work because of all this tsunami of digital legislation, which, by the way, I also think it's great that we have these now, because I think we've been waking up in Europe. We have been looking at what technology does to us in our digital lives, and now you see a sort of reaction to something's going on, but we in Europe would like to change it to a way which is more in conformity with our values and our way of life. That's why we have the GDPR, that's why we have now these other legal acts. And as for the EDPS, certainly there will be a big change already preparing this year, but coming with the AI Act, because suddenly we'll be finding ourselves not just as a data protection supervisory authority, but as the supervisory authority for the EU institutions, offices, bodies, and agencies when it comes to AI, for the AI Act. So that means we are also a market surveillance authority, a notifying authority, things which we as an institution haven't done so far. So we're looking into this. And of course, the normal tasks of a supervisory authority, personal data protection, doesn't go away. On the contrary, we will have more, you mentioned already, Frontex, Europol, there are new legislation on the asylum and migration package. There is a directive on new EU police information exchange, facial recognition. So there is going to be a lot of more data flowing around, and our job will have to be to look at this and scrutinize it together with civil society, obviously, and other associations. So that is going to be massive, and we're preparing for that. But maybe it'll also be an opportunity to look at, again, in one house, to look at all these aspects under one guidance, sort of a centralized approach for EU institutions. But it's work in progress.
So maybe we'll see a lot of job board notifications coming up then, hopefully, to be able to bolster that work. So we're reaching the final 15 minutes or so of this panel. So I'd like to take a moment to open it up for any audience questions. We've had quite a roller coaster going through this tsunami of digital legislation, and we've covered a lot of different things, from digital rights and human rights through to the punitive political context in which we're sitting. So from the audience, is there anything you would like to know from our panelists about these topics? Fantastic. We've got a question over there, please. Do we want this mic?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for this fantastic panel. I would like to make a remark more than a question here related to the system that Danny proposed. This idea was basically to swap the current system into a new system where people are aware at all the time of the type of data that is being processed. And the first thought that I had is that some people don't even know what a cookie is. And I was also thinking that why not focusing in the technological literacy of people as a means to maybe, hopefully, reduce the need for enforcement. So I would like to ask if you have considered this approach within, because you are authorities. So I don't know, I have the feeling that the technological literacy of people is not being pushed and backed up. And we are having these very high-level discussions, but not everyone, not every citizen is aware of these complex concepts, and also they don't have the need to keep track of these new technologies and also the impact in their lives. So I would like to know what is If you have considered this as an approach, and what do you think about this?
Thank you for the question. So it's how or whether improving digital literacy could even be a pre-step to help us upstream to not even need to be doing so much enforcement. So who would like to respond to that?
We should somehow start saying that this is the role that we try to play when we advise the legislator from the commission that prepares the draft law to the Parliament and the Council. But of course, this is only advice. So that means that it don't need to be followed by the Parliament and the Council in their work. And then we go to the problem of how to deal with the effects that we get from the legislator. The second part is what Ursula was talking about, the different solutions by default and by design that are created. They allow the citizen, the person who has not enough knowledge to understand the process to be also covered by the protection. But actually what is probably the most important is this enforcement part anyway. I'd like to say that I don't want to be misunderstood that we are not believing in enforcement. For us, enforcement is the most important part of the story. But the enforcement which is not counted in the fines, which is not counted in the big cases, but is counted in the possibility to save this person who is an average user. And here, the help of the organizations like BOG is the clue.
Yeah, I mean, I already alluded to it, but I think, I mean, digital literacy is, of course, very important, but it's only a parallel kind of itinerary. We have to also go the other way because, as said, I mean, people cannot, I don't think people can protect themselves. The average person in this complex environment, and it will not get better with AI-powered services and products and what you have, that people are able to do that, and we should not expect to I mean, it's not the society I would anticipate or which would be on the wish list that people have to spend hours and hours. I think we have to do it differently. We have some of our members have a complaint pending against Google, for example, in Ireland, in front of the DPC, which we called, the name of the action was Fast Track to Surveillance. It's about what choices do you get when you open a Google account. And I can tell you, I mean, we have studied that in detail, and you need much more time, and it's basically impossible to understand how you find your way to a really more privacy-friendly way to interact with Google and the consequences of setting up an account. So it's just something that we have to do differently, and it's not us, but companies have to do it in compliance with the law, so that people can trust that by design, they have a choice, which means a choice that is compliant with the law, with the fundamental rights. I think that's what we want to achieve. And education is very important, of course, and it's very helpful, but it will not be enough.
No, just to hop on those two thoughts. Fantastic question, and I think we absolutely need this. But if you compare this to the real world, in the real world, when you open your tap in the kitchen, you usually would expect that drinkable water comes out of that. You don't have to sit down, do a chemical analysis. If it's safe to drink, you don't have to do similar things. And I don't think we are there yet in the digital world, but we should be there. That's why the GDPR, for example, has data protection by design and by default as a legal obligation, so that precisely you don't have to think, okay, what happens if I open an account with X company? Will I be surveyed for the rest of my life, yes or no? That's the idea. So indeed, that's where the enforcement comes in, that to make this happen, because otherwise you will just teach your children or everybody how to learn certain business models which are probably unlawful and are not in compliance with the law. So, of course, digital literacy, to understand that there is a certain way, but better to get things right from the beginning so that you don't even have to think about it, because who has time to think and reflect, okay, this vendor should get my cookie and the other one shouldn't? We don't have time for that.
I also think it's a great question. I actually wrote an article about this 2 weeks ago. And what I found was quite shocking is that in order to become digital literate, you need to be able to read and write. And unfortunately, in many countries in Europe, we see the levels going down. The Netherlands was one of the top performers, and we are now at the second last place in the PISA research. And this is a bigger problem than digital literacy. You need digital literacy, but if you can read and write, you could actually learn how to do some things and start reading about it at a certain point in your life. But without being able to read and write, you are not able to develop those digital skills. And we see that people with a low regular literacy, they live shorter, they become more unhealthy, they have lower incomes. So I feel that, yes, you're totally right, but in order to have digital literate people, we should first focus on the basics.
I won't bore you too much longer, but I think what could also be very interesting there is enforcement to path a way to create that digital privacy by design, and the development further of guidelines, which are always really useful. And of course, we have what could interact nicely is the upcoming review of consumer law, where you have this concept in consumer law, which is the diligent provider, or there's a kind of a standard of due diligence of what any trader should in any case do. And I think, for example, the Parliament just passed a report on addictive design of online services to make non-addictive design of online services the standard within that whole concept of the diligent provider. I think these kind of concepts and implementing them broadly as the standard would be useful, and we need to find ways to do it, because I think along this whole panel and probably across the whole audience, everybody agrees the current system needs to change, and we don't have the time to click through another 20 things and think about where cookies and data are going.
Okay, I think we have time for one more quick question. Okay, sorry, there was a hand up very quickly there.
I have a question concerning the upcoming review of the GDPR. Any anticipation on in this topic? Do you expect that the European audience, the consultation, will bring a lot of changes in the area of enforcement?
Well, the answer depends on what you mean by review, because there are two processes which are going on at the moment. One is these changes in the administrative procedure, which are already proceeded in the Parliament and in the Council, and where we have the proposal, where we have the discussion, where we have the consultations as well. But the second thing is the review of the GDPR, which is the normal process foreseen by the regulation, and which shall lead to the more in-depth change, probably, or at least analyze of how GDPR works. And this process is another process, and that's the process which will be somehow finalized in 2024. But I guess it will have the results in the possible changes in starting from 2025. So we have to remember that for this discussion, the precondition are the elections of the European Parliament and the new Parliament we will have, the new Commission we will have, and also the new presidencies that are leading the Council and proposing the priorities. In this sense, my small good hope for the future is that one of these presidencies will be by my country of origin, where the person who is the Minister of Justice right now responsible for the rule of law is the former NGO activist from the Helsinki Foundation. So that might help somehow to pass the messages to the future council. But we have to remember that first of all, we will go to vote in half of next year, half of this year, and that's the main precondition for any other discussion.
But having said this, because precisely there is a public consultation going on, that should be of interest to anyone here in the room to make their voice heard. There is simply go out there, say what you want to say on that, and then the Commission will collect that and draw the consequences, hopefully, and we will see what then happens in 2025. But at least the possibility is there to say what you think should be done.
Okay, we're going to run out of time very shortly. So before I release you for tea and coffee, I'm going to pass back to Wojciech to ask if you could give us some closing reflections on what we've heard in the last hour and a bit.
Well, I guess the first and the most important reflection is that we have to discuss and we have to exchange the observations, the knowledge and the practice between the civic society, no matter if we think about the NGOs like NOIP that are involved in the very precise in GDPR activity, or those who are dealing with it on everyday basis, or the more broadly understood, all the people whom we meet at as the representatives of the citizens. I can tell that I still believe that the civic society is the eyes of the regulators, the eyes of the watchdogs, however we will define them. And there are more people from the EDPS office here today with me to listen, to discuss, to talk with you, and to give you the possibility to have the impact on how the main watchdog in the European Union institutions work.
Thank you very much. So with that, I would like to wrap up this panel and say, of course, an enormous thank you to the European Data Protection Supervisor. Thank you, Wojciech. Thank you, Thomas, and all your colleagues. And of course, thank you so much, Simona. Thank you, Danny, and thank you, Ursula, as well. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
All right. May I ask people in the back to continue the conversations in the lobby and close the door, please? Thank you. Last but not least, le meilleur pour la fin. I'm delighted to be introducing this last discussions on organizing towards digital justice in Europe. When we, talk about changing systems and reflecting about systems, I really think that these are the people who actually walk the talk. And this felt like a very important conversation to also include today, because changing systems also starts by reflecting and having the ability to reflect and to think as well whether the digital rights field is the appropriate one to really rethink the systems and what kind of ecosystems we need for that. So for 3 years, these people here were part of a larger group of people thinking about decolonizing activities and sets of programs for the field. And we're really happy to hear some of the results for these visions for digital justice. So I'll pass on to Sarah Chandler for EDRI to introduce the rest of the participants and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Right, welcome everybody. Thank you for maintaining your energy throughout what was a very intense day of discussions and coming to our panel, and for even coming closer so you can be closer to us. That's very sweet. So it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you today, speaking about organizing for digital justice. And really, when we conceived of this panel, what we hope to do is to speak to a vision. And that was, as Claire said, a vision that emanated from 3 years of collective work in the process of decolonizing digital rights in Europe. And we'll hear more about that process in the course of the panel, but really much take what you hear today as sort of some thinking that came from a process which was a process ended up mostly amongst friends, a lot of deep work about content, but also really about the way we organize, the way we deal with social issues, the way we view digital rights and justice in the context of a broader social, economic, political movement in a wider world, basically. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today this beautiful panel. He'll be talking through some of these issues with me. This is not a formal panel, so it's actually going to be co-moderated, like much of the work that we're talking about, between myself and Laurence Meyer, all the way over here. Laurence is the Racial and Social Justice Lead at the Digital Freedom Fund, DFF, and DFF was the co-lead of the Decolonizing Digital Rights Project. Welcome, Laurence.
Hi.
Yeah, I expect you all to say hi like that after. Next up, we have Miriam Duo.
Hi.
Miriam is a racial and climate justice activist, and is also recently working at Oil Change International, if that's correct. And so is one of the participants in the decolonizing digital rights process, and will speak to some of those experiences and reflections there. So welcome, Miriam. And just over here to my left, Luca Stevenson.
Bonsoir.
Wow. Luca has prepared a song for us to start the discussion. Luca is Director of Programs at the European Sex Workers' Rights Alliance, an amazing movement of self-organized sex workers in Europe, and also one of the participants of the Decolonizing Digital Rights in Europe program. So there's a theme here today, which I'm sure you're following. I'll just jump, we don't have a lot of time, so we'll just jump right into some of the issues we want to talk to you today. A lot of the other panels that we've heard about, super interesting, they were a lot about content, digging into a specific analysis of specific digital rights issues that we see. We've heard about privacy in big tech, we've heard a little bit about climate justice, we've heard many different specific issues. Here we'll take a little bit of step back from that, as well as talking about some themes about coloniality in terms of how we understand coloniality in respect to digital rights. The main purpose of this panel is to speak about how we organize rather than actually necessarily only what we organize on. So we're really specifically looking at the dynamics of how digital rights issues are addressed in the digital rights field, but also in the broader social justice context. So a lot of this will be about practice, this conversation. But before we do that, we need to talk about what are we talking about when we talk about decolonizing digital rights, and there is some content in there. So the first part of our discussion will be a conversation about what does coloniality even mean in a digital context, in a context of technology production. What does that mean, and what are we talking about when we're talking about decolonizing digital? How does tech play a role in maintaining and servicing colonial projects in Europe and in the rest of the world? So to start off that conversation, I would like to turn to you, Miriam. We're in a context where we've spoken today a little bit about the context of extractivism, which, as we all know, is a very relevant topic to not just the use of technology, but specifically the production process. Could you please talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yes, and please just blink at me if I speak too much. Yeah, so I think it's a very relevant topic, like you said, for both, from my perspective, the climate justice perspective, but also the digital rights perspective. I think extractivism and colonialism cannot be detangled. The spaces and the lands and the countries that were colonized for a reason. And the link between the resources that were in those countries and why they were colonized and why, global north countries fought over those countries is a big reason. You can argue the fossil fuel industry is the economic arm of colonialism. And what we see now is less about fossil fuels and more about rare minerals. And some people argue that minerals are the new fossil fuels. And that's the kind of, with that comes colonialism 2.0, where you basically have the exact same dynamics that have been happening for centuries of a company with the mandate and the support and the backing of a country comes into a land that's been colonized to extract, extort, pillage. With that comes displacement of population, death, violence, gender-based violence, etc., trauma, all the things that you can imagine. And so these are kind of broad dynamics that happen globally. If you look at, there's a great website that's called the Decolonization Atlas, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that has a great map on a lot of things, but one of them is minerals and the rare minerals that we need for a lot of things, be it solar panels, be it electric cars, be it phones, computers, etc. And basically, this map is global north versus global south, and it's very, very clear. One specific example that I'll talk about today is what's happening in Congo. I hope all of you know what's going on right now, but there is a silent genocide happening. The people are being enslaved to work in mines, including children. And Congo holds 50% of the cobalt reserves in the world, which are used to make batteries that are in our phones, our computers, including our cars, and also coltan, which is also used for phones. And so this is basically the kind of curse of Congo in a way, because it leads to the extractivism and those companies coming in full impunity to extract those resources, and the consequences on the populations are dire. I just mentioned, everything that happens, and it's very interesting to see also the way that it's portrayed. There was a New York Times article from December about the situation in Congo, and I mean, the shamelessness of mainstream media is just still staggering to me to this day, but it was full of, oh, the Congolese army is just notoriously rebellious, or, people can't organize, and, oh, all those refugees are all over the place. And there was no mention of the tech companies benefiting from those resources. Who is sending those companies, who is benefiting from the mineral that are extracted along the supply chain and the production chain? Because along that chain is, the first extraction in the mine, and then how those devices are built is another issue of workers' rights around the world in other places, etc. So it is all a kind of chain that is very much linked, and those dynamics are everywhere. And there was no mention of that. And that is one of the few pieces about Congo I could find on mainstream media. So that kind of tells you the scale of the problem, and of course it shouldn't be surprising that mainstream media is supporting colonial dynamics, but it still is, to this day, I mean, it's 2024, it is still kind of shocking. And I think that's something that is interesting from the climate perspective, but also I see a lot of those dynamics in tech as well, is the kind of green capitalism, right? So instead of looking at what are the real solutions to the crisis that we're facing right now, which are capitalism and system change and needing to overhaul the way we live, especially in the global north, it's, oh, everybody will switch your car to an electric car and we'll be fine. Buy a Fairphone and you'll be fine. And it's just, I mean, again, it's a distraction to not look at the real problem, the real solutions, but it is really something that I think is a link between both our movements that we should work on and talk about and face head on and address, because again, it's really not mentioned at all. And I haven't seen a lot from the tech world on the NGO side about what's happening in Congo and kind of, lifting that voice and amplifying the people trying to get the word out on what's happening on the ground. But for me, that's kind of a staggering example of the main discourse on the change that we need and the solution that we need, which are just contributing to more harm, and it's just a copy-paste of what we did before with another type of resource that's just going to keep benefiting the people who've benefiting from it and keep harming the people who've been harmed from it, who are, in the case of climate, on the front line of the crisis as well. I'll maybe just stop here. On that depressing note.
No, that was perfect, and I think you already come into one example of here, why we've focused on the word decolonizing and the concept of colonialism as opposed to racial justice, or worse, terms like diversity and inclusion, is because there is a specific historical, ongoing, economic apologies for the triggering word D&I. The reasons we're using those words are Yes, something always happens when we get on a stage. What is it? Is that too annoying? Shall I continue? Or it's too annoying. There we go. Okay. A great reason why we're using this frame, right? It's not just that we want a slightly different perspective. It's not just that we want more perspectives in the room. We also want that. But we also want a specific socio-economic and historical lens with how we view digital issues. And the example of extractivism in Congo is a really good one. Another one that I wanted to bring in that is related to the tech, the process of looking at tech and tech production in the service of colonial projects is related to another issue that we cannot ignore right now, and we cannot hold events without speaking about. That is the role of technology, surveillance technology, in the service of occupation and genocide in Palestine. So here is a very good example of how tech infrastructures are used as methods of population management, of surveillance and maintaining racial difference, and how that is a historical trend. So we are witnessing a genocide in Palestine right now. That's the culmination of 75 years of colonial occupation and violence. And now what we really come to understood is that digital infrastructures in many ways, so we could be talking about platforms here and there, the way they've censored content, especially of Palestinian activists and just everyday people. We've seen examples from the perspective of crackdowns on tech infrastructure for example, on the telecoms infrastructure in Gaza right now. We've also seen our beloved AI, this concept being used in the direct service of genocide. A really interesting investigation, if anyone would like to look more into that, was the investigation made by 972 magazine that looked into, at the end of last year, the AI warfare systems, which were essentially AI-generated targets, generating more targets for the purpose of warfare, which were less accurate but causing more destruction. A clear example how surveillance technology and warfare technology have been used in the service of a colonial project that is continuing today in Palestine. A little side note, it's sometimes hard to talk about AI in a broader sort of space where we are not actually viewing the underlying social and political context, where we have sort of a neutral view of that topic, because we are always told it can be improved, it's neutral, it's whatever, with regulation it's better. Looking at it in context of how it's used in colonial context, but also of how a concept like AI was created, which is in a military context for the very purpose of surveilling populations, for the very purpose of warfare. We also see, therefore, how some tech infrastructures, some tech concepts were always part of colonial project in some way. They weren't just used like that now, they've always been the case. Beyond the current day example of AI warfare in Palestine, you're also seeing sort of a longer example of how surveillance tech in Palestine has been used to control the Palestinian population by the State of Israel. One last example before we move on is the biometric databases that since 1999 have been actively capturing and registering data about all Palestinians in the West Bank. That's the Wolfpack project. Here is an example of how sort of various different examples, various different what seemingly objective databases have been used, again, for the purpose of controlling, maintaining racial differences, and specifically is not an isolated issue. So we're seeing this in various different contexts in the world, including in Europe. And what we can see about that is it's for the purposes of control, management, and criminalization of racialized populations, but specifically creating a suspect population based on race. And here I want to stop because I think this example is playing out in very many contexts. And Laurence, I'd ask, could you elaborate some of other examples before we move on to this? We're really throwing them at you, but we think it's important to understand actually what do we mean when we're talking about colonial examples of tech.
Yeah, I think, so I'll try and be brief, which is not my forte, so probably I won't. But I think it's important to give the context because as Sarah said, often what we've been met with when we were talking about this process is that the wording is interchangeable, right? And I think we have to really resist that. Colonialism is a specific process. Anti-colonialism is a specific type of organizing and struggle. And talking about decolonizing is talking about actually power imbalances and how they were created. So you can't use it to say, oh, I'm decolonizing my mind, I'm being nice to my neighbor. This is not what it is about, except if you're occupying your neighbor and you displaced him and you just killed him. But except in that particular situation, it's not decolonizing. But I think another example that I think to show how this colonial framework is very everywhere, and when we talk about digital rights and digital issues, is the question of migration. If you talk about platform workers, you're actually talking about migration. If you talk about digital welfare state, you're talking actually about migration. If you talk about policing, you're also very much talking about migration, right? So I think there is no area, and even if you're talking about privacy, and I think probably Luca has much more to say about that, if you don't talk about it with a lens on migration, what you're talking about is just well, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a very, very restrictive understanding of it. And we see it, I think like the digital welfare state, the panel this morning was very much talking about it, how migration and colonialism play a key role in how those policies are being drafted. That means actually those policies are drafted to exclude people, right? Like the welfare state is a way of keeping people captive and keeping people controlled. It is a policing tool, and this policing tool targets specifically poor people because they are the beneficiaries of this system, and in that category then racialized people, and then in that category of racialized people specifically single mothers, right? So there is like this, like you can see like the little like Russian dolls here happening. This is true, this has been true in the Netherlands when we look at the Syria case, when we look at Rotterdam. It's probably going to be proven true also in France with the work that Quadrature du Net is doing at the moment in their research before litigation. I think in Serbia, the work that has been done around the question of digital welfare state also proved that it was specifically targeting marginalized communities, so Roma people in a specific context. And we know that migration and the question of Roma and Sinti people are interestingly linked. So here we see it quite clearly. Platform workers, a large part of the platform workers are migrant people, right? People in migration. They go to those work for many reasons. One of them is that because they don't have access to other means, and because that in contrast, in comparison to other jobs that could be offered to them, that is the most secured, right? But they don't have the same rights. Specifically, if you're undocumented, then it's one of the jobs that you can do, that you can access to because you're buying or you're like someone is like giving you their access. And what we see when we look at the rider directive, right, is that actually who does not profit from the rider directive, who is going to be negatively impacted by it, are going to be the undocumented workers. Because if you are asking for actually the right to have an employment contract and the different legislation to have the unemployment contract, who can't access an employment contract are the people that are undocumented, right? That have been right now actually be able to work in exploitative conditions, but still able to work through the framework of platform workers. I think that's a very good example of like, if you don't actually think about that conditions, then the propositions, even in your advocacy work that you're doing, and even when it's led by workers, is still going to produce very much like exclusionary work that are going to exclude the people that are the most excluded. If you look at the AI Act, at the Migration Pact, I think I'm French, so like the most recent French legislation on immigration, which is a complete shame, but also like a very natural process of fascisation that we've been living through. All of those policies, they have, quite clearly, they have like migration, specific rules for migration. So like, they will protect a lot of rights, not when it comes to migrants. Like, it seems like migrants don't have rights, they don't have the right to rights. So in that particular way, and in the negotiation, and I think Sarah can talk more about it, when they had to negotiate, what they were really like, then they had some resistance, but what they let go of is everything that has to do with actually abolishing harmful law enforcement systems. And I think if you talk about the AI Act without talking about that, and this framework of understanding what is good AI, and I think Sarah was also talking about the origin, the genealogy of AI, then you're missing a big point. In the French context, the Article 11, I think, is actually organizing a lot of things around the e-bracelet, so like surveilling, tracking not only individuals but communities, right? Because if you put someone with a e-bracelet in a community, what you're tracking is the community. Because you're tracking how the people move, how the person move, where they go. That means like probably they will meet other people that are undocumented. That means you understand like the system there. So actually you're not tracking only one person, you're tracking a community. That has been put, that is one of the article in the law. And also like the whole idea around, sorry, where was I? Yeah, the e-bracelet. And I think those policies specifically when it comes to migration, it's about transforming, I say that often, transforming your body into a passport. And what it means to transform your body into a passport is actually to link your body to a specific sphere of access to resources. That means like because of how you are marked in the society, you have the ability to access certain resources or you don't have the ability to access certain resources. I think like it's very clear that actually the freedom of movement allow you to access resources just by the mobility access, like means you can access certain type of education, certain jobs, that you can go places, you can meet people, all of those things, but also like just like you can go and buy food, right? If you are afraid of going to buy food because you can be controlled, obviously that is a very clear example of your access to resources is being limited. And those are things that I think more and more, like I think the work that has been done around the AI Act is a very good example of like why coalition building is important, because although the result was not the one we were all hoping for, I think the conversation and also like the indignation, like the fact that I saw people actually tweeting relentlessly about the fact that what the council was doing is legalizing racist profiling. If the coalition work hadn't been done on that, I don't think that's what like the reaction would have been. And that is like, I think in all of the losses, let's also see the win, is like actually understanding the law in a completely different way. And like seeing like, okay, this is actually not okay, and let's mobilize around that, and let's be angry about that. Without the coalition work that has been done, that has revealed and analyzed and actually showed why it was racist, that wouldn't have happened. So I think like, again, just like praising the coalition work that has been done there. I see like a lot of people that were part of this coalition work in that room as well, so here we go. And if we don't do that work, then we actually are always thinking, oh, it's an ad hoc thing if we have time, it's a charity thing. No, it's core to the framework in which technologies are produced, right? It's an economy, and without that, and the fact that we see it in every part of like, every area, when we look at tech, there is always something specific on migration. Very specific, that is either like the first step to try something, or like a way of excluding things to test things, or because it is a way of actually getting more information. We are missing a point, and migration is not, migration might be a natural phenomenon, but this type of migration is not one, because it comes from a certain history, right? And what is the history of people moving from the global south to the global north? How is it? What happened for that to happen, right? For people to kill themselves going through the Mediterranean Sea. What happened there? What is the history of that, right? And why can I move all around the world with my French pass? And why isn't it possible for my cousin that is a Senegalese person? What is the history of that, right? And how is it tech empowered? And if we don't talk about that, and if we ignore that, then we can just, we can just like comment on things and try to, at the margin, amend a system that is very unsatisfying, that is increasingly violent, perhaps even not increasingly, but violent enough that it is actually not like to be suffered. And we are only wasting a lot of time talking about things that are not very relevant.
Yeah. Lots there. I'm not going to try to unpick, but I think like one really like relevant point is that like essentially then what we're talking about is racism and the role of digital systems, whether it's technology or broader infrastructures, is then creating that fundamentally different experience of reality, but also engagement with a certain technology on the basis of race. We'll talk about this more in the context of the field in a little bit, but like as you said, if we're not dealing with this, here's a trend that I want to test on you, is that if we're not dealing with issues like that, then we're just doing digital rights for white people. Do you like this phrase, digital rights for white people? Maybe. Okay. Another differentiation of experience in terms of how we engage in digital systems is not only on race, is linked to race, but not only on race, is about like the precarity of work, gender, and many other things relevant to the experience of sex workers and how they get engaged with digital systems. So Luca, would you like to tell us a bit more about that?
No. So, what is the question exactly? No, I think it's very interesting when you think about the relation between like sex work and digitalization and colonialism. Is that laws against prostitution or laws against sex work have always been racist laws. Laws against sex work are laws against women, against migrants, and against poor people. And they've always been like this. Some of the first anti-migration laws in the US or the UK were actually anti-sex worker laws. It was laws against like Chinese migrants in the US and laws under like the guise of trafficking in human beings, which were like really aimed at like strengthening border and stopping migrant women from selling sex and, you know, keeping like the purity of the race. And the fact that like we are still now fighting against this big anti-trafficking concept, which is so racist initially, tells you everything about the sex worker rights movement. And what's interesting is that all these debates we're having about sex workers' rights for the last decades are now moving to like digitalization. So the same issue that sex workers face when we're like fighting against bad anti-trafficking laws and policy at the UN level are now moving to like, you know, the UN developing this like cybersecurity, you know, bills that will also target sex workers. And actually we've seen more and more repression of sex workers globally. Like the vast majority of sex workers, their clients or third parties are criminalized globally. And the majority of sex workers are women, are members of the LGBT community, are racialized, are migrants, are people who use drugs, are people who face intersectional form of discrimination. And you know, obviously, I don't know, you know, maybe you don't know, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know how much you know about prostitution. Like in Europe, for example, like one of the dominant models is the Swedish model where clients are criminalized. And this is pushed in particular by a group, different stakeholders, but feminist, white feminist organization in particular, like the European Women Lobby, to not name them, and other organizations like the Swedish Women Lobby, etc. And for us, it's so unbelievable. Like, you know, I've been a sex worker for most of my life now. And when you look at who sells sex in Europe, majority are migrant women, trans women, racialized people. When you're saying that the best way to protect these people, because they are victims of, you know, patriarchal violence, is to increase policing of their workplaces, for us, it's such an insult to our communities. Like anyone who knows or opens any magazine would know that increasing policing of a group of mostly racialized women is increasing the risk of violence and the risk of exclusion. And for us, we've been fighting against this monolithic way of thinking that, yeah, all prostitutes are victims of patriarchal violence. The only way to save them against their will is to increase policing, is completely absurd. And when we talk about, you know, colonialism, digitalization, sex work, we see the same issues being moved there. And for us, the main question is, basically, when we talk about this topic and who is included in the conversation, like whose lives are valued and whose needs are met, both in like digitalization but in society as a whole. And we see that people who face intersectional form of discrimination, let's say, you know, in Europe, racialized people, trans people, LGBT migrants, people who use drugs, basically their voice and their needs are not met and are not listened to. And it can be like lip service, as you were saying, about like diversity and equality and inclusion, etc. But the truth is like, it still doesn't matter. If we continue like in 2020, what is it today? 4. It just feels like we've been saying that for like the last, you know, hundreds of years. But, you know, if in 2024 we still have the main European women rights organization telling that increasing policing is the best solution to address economic and social issues faced by migrant women, like where do you go from there? And I think for us, being involved in this conversation around digitalization, around like racial justice, around sex workers' rights is so important because you can make connection with other groups who face similar issues in different aspects. And what you were saying about precarization of work, that's exactly the same issue. It's like the majority of sex workers, I mean, a few sex workers do pretty well, you know, like some sex workers, they, you know, end up dating a member of parliament, buying a flat, it's like, it's great for them, good for them, and that's important, you know. Digital rights for white sex workers as well. But the vast majority of sex workers in Europe are precarious people. The vast majority of sex workers in Europe are exploited. And that's why it's so important to include sex workers in discussion around labor rights. The vast majority of sex workers who work on this platform, like OnlyFans, you would see like, you know, the odd, oh, Natasha making €100,000 on OnlyFans. Great for Natasha. The vast majority are not Natasha. The vast majority are making a couple of hundreds on OnlyFans. Meanwhile, the OnlyFans boss is making millions of euros. And we're talking about like how to shut down OnlyFans because it promotes violence against women. The real conversation we need to have is like how you fight imbalance of power between men who owns this platform, like whether it's Pornhub or OnlyFans or adult adult work or whatever, in order to create more equality between the workers and the platform. And that's why we need to work with all sectors of society so that we can include the voices of sex workers and the most marginalized sex workers into this conversation. Wait, I took notes as well. That's it.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, we're switching, we're like co-moderating, it's a whole mess. So yeah, now that we've talked about all those very depressing facts, but also just like the reality of what we are living in and the things that we are renting on a daily basis, why do we think the digital rights field as it stands doesn't bring the change that we need? What is happening? What's not happening? How is it for you guys, like from the climate justice movement, from sex workers movement? Yeah, why isn't it clicking, like the working with the digital rights field? What's going on?
What's going on? I mean, good question. Should return it. What's going on, guys? Well, this is my first experience of being actually involved in the digital rights movement. And before that, I was, of course, aware of it. I was aware there were issues. To be honest, my only experience with, like, guys lecturing me about open source and why using Google is not good. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's great. Not helping. So I think it's like about making it accessible. Like I have to say, I have no knowledge about anything of the technicalities of this. I didn't feel once in this process that I was, not knowledgeable enough, that I didn't have the clues, or, I always felt like I could participate, that I could ask questions if needed, like that I was an equally valuable member of the process, even though I didn't have an expertise that other people may have. And I think that is invaluable. I think, what you said earlier about, thinking about legislation in another way, I think for me that's key. It's about, we don't expect anyone to know everything. But the question is, do you know what you don't know? And do you know people who can help you with what you don't know? Who's in the room when you're having those conversations? Who's in the room when you're deciding your position, what you're gonna work on, et cetera, et cetera. And it happens early on and it can be an afterthought. And I think that goes back to your point earlier. And for me, that's the issue, is like, I get a lot of questions about, oh, how can we work together, et cetera. I'm like, but are you interested in what I'm doing? Did you come to me and, be in my space first to figure out what I'm doing? And then we can figure out something we do together, but don't just expect me to come and, lend whatever it is I can lend, because that also feels extractive. And that's another form of extractivism, going back to what I was saying earlier, but, feeling like you're just using people for their knowledge on an issue, and then you just move on because it was and that's another thing that I thought was very valuable with this process. It was 3 years. It was a very lengthy process, and it was not just a one meeting that was kind of, you take a picture, you put it on your website, and you feel happy with yourself, and you move on to other things. And hopefully the result of that will then be embedded in the content of the work that's being done, which is another key issue, is that how do you translate? You can have those conversations, and that's great, but what happens very often is that it doesn't translate into the work, and you just move on to your work the next day, forgetting what you talked about, and that's not useful at all. So I think, yeah, that was a bit confused. I don't know if it made sense, but that's just, yeah, I feel like it's about having conversations, it's about talking, it's about being able to reach out to people and really build it's about relationship building, really. It's about having conversation like this one, having, building relationships with people and different movements, and not being in the silos of all of our work that tend to be kind of disconnected, which is exactly what, again, we should be fighting against, because like you said, Luca, it's all about power dynamics. All our problems have the same root causes, and hopefully we agree that the solution is the same. And working in silos is a way of dividing us and distracting us, and we're stronger together, to be cheesy, but it's true. And so if we really work together, then we can get to a solution that is really fighting the overall system that we're trying to fight and rebuild something that we can be proud of, and not just fighting on our own little, corner of the field that we can just, and not talk to each other.
Yeah, just pass it on to Luca.
Very sure. You know, when you work for sex worker rights activism, you do get trashed a lot, you get attacked a lot. Like there is campaigns of like defamation, etc. Like I've been called a pimps many times. And it sounds kind of funny, but it's really not. You know, when you're like working in like very precarious environment, very little funding, you're using sex work in order to fund your own activism. And you go to a conference and be like, you're a pimp, you profit from violence against women, etc. And you have to stand there and be like, no, as somebody who is a survivor of sexual violence, I'm not. I'm here to tell you that sex work is work, and that decriminalization is the right solution, and that more police is not the right approach. And you have to do this again and again and again. So we're usually quite excluded from general society and civil society. So when we started to get involved in digital rights, like I guess our threshold is like very low. No, but even when I approach like the LGBT right, like ILGA Europe, to be like, what is your position? Like, obviously the LGBT network, you must be in favor of sex workers' rights. And they were like, let's think about this for the next 5 years and have board meetings, and you go to the conference, you're like, oh, okay, so there's really a big process for you to come to a decision. And so actually in the digital rights field, it felt much more welcoming. People were like, oh, it's great, sex workers' rights, let's discuss about it. But then we realized we are talking with like maybe a fringe of the digital rights movement, with some people on the panel, before realizing that they were like wider conversation, like both within EDRI membership and the wider like digital rights movement, about how wide should the digital rights movement be and how political it should be. Should the digital rights movement include questions related to sex work, for example? And from my understanding, people would say like, well, no, actually, we are like, diluting our issue. We are fighting around like privacy. We shouldn't talk about sex workers' rights. And for us, it's really like, if you're not talking about some of the most marginalized people who are facing the blunt of like policing, privacy, discrimination, censorship, etc., then you are really failing your mission. We're not even saying that in a sense of like, oh, you have to include us because our issue matters more than other issues. That is your mission is to fight for the right to privacy for people in general. Then start by those whose privacy is more at risk. Start with undocumented migrants. Start with racialized people. Start with sex workers. And then once you manage to tackle this issue, then you'll be able to tackle the issues of like wider society. So I think we had a bit of like honeymoon with the digital rights movement, being like, yo, oh, okay, you have same issue as many of us there. That's it.
Luca is like the mic drop guy. Poof. Yeah. So I think like Hugh talked about like extractivist dynamic, and also the question of partnerships and how they're built. Also the question of vocabulary. Do we understand what we are saying to each other? And Luca, you talked basically about who gets to decide what is privacy, and who gets to exclude people, and who gets to decide what is in and what is out. And that probably the makeup of the current digital rights field determines who are those people and who is out, and that might be a bit the issue. Sarah Chender, as the absolute insider of the digital rights field, she's like, why are you doing this to me? What did you observe internally? What's your diagnosis, objective diagnosis of what do you think, like perhaps sometimes it doesn't click even when we're trying?
Yeah, as the face of the European digital rights, I'm joking. As an insider to the European digital rights field, I can say that maybe I wouldn't consider my entry into it as a honeymoon. So good for you if you had a honeymoon, but I didn't get one yet. But I think that while a lot of things that we're talking about are in a constant flux of change, so it's important to recognize that. Nothing we are saying is true about every form of digital rights activism, and it's constantly changing and improving by the fact that like people like you are willing to come to a conversation like this, and that people like us are willing to work for 3 years on the topic. that being said, like, I think that there's many issues that we could talk about on top of the ones Luca and Miriam has mentioned that sort of present a flaw to how far the digital rights movement is able to address some of the very difficult big problems that we talked about at the start. One relates to what we've talked about, Luca mentioned about, like, okay, how do we even understand digital rights as a concept? You mentioned, okay, in some way it's been very much sort of a battle to even argue that some of these issues are digital rights issues, which is, in essence, is one way of saying, your struggles are not relevant, actually. Maybe not framed in those words, but in essence, that is the tone of what is being said. So this, we've talked about a lot very much that, okay, we're here at Privacy Camp, but in some ways, there is very much a data protection and privacy primacy in these spaces that actually not just includes the experience of some people and some communities, marginalized communities, of those very same issues, like privacy, like data protection. It's interesting also to talk about the data protection of migrants, for example, but that's not a priority of this field. But also, on the other hand, not viewing into our conception of digital rights of these broader socio-political issues, like the colonial dynamics of extractivism to tech, like the systematic sort of violence directed at migrants that the European policy system mentions and necessitates, as Laurent mentioned, through digital systems. All of those issues for us is very clear are digital issues. However, it's had to, a whole piece of work in itself is to advocate that that is a digital issue. And that's a problem. That's a very big problem. Other sorts of dynamics that we thought need to change if we're actually going to address some of these issues are more sort of about, less about what is the concepts and what are the high-level concepts, but generally also how the field operates. So we reflected a little bit about sort of questions of paternalism in the field, even if we are open to the changing topics a little bit. Questions of paternalism, questions of exclusion, certain people not being in the room or in the conversation, or if they are entering the room, it's as tokens. And that's, I think, very much related to this idea of expertise hoarding, technical expertise being valued over other forms of expertise. Another thing that we've talked about already is sort of this extractivism. So even if we do agree that certain communities should be involved, whose terms are they invited into conversations on, and are they invited if they're like framing an issue in a different way than what we want to frame them? So, for example, it might be very easy to invite a woman of color to talk on data protection if it's the exact terms that you want them to talk about. Is it very easy to change the underlying concepts that you are working on? The last type of issue I want to raise that I think is a problem that we really sought to address is also political stance. And here I don't mean just our analysis of the problem, but also what type of change are we hoping to see and how. This is a problem, I think, beyond the digital rights field. I think it's a problem in the NGO industrial complex as it is that we are prioritizing certain visions of change, certain methodologies and strategies because they're what we've always done. Not objectively analyzing, do they bring change? Why are we prioritizing advocacy and research and retelling again the story of harm of other people, as opposed to looking at other more inventive ways, looking at other more participatory ways of bringing change and looking at really what sort of things could we do that could fundamentally challenge these big systems that we're talking about, as opposed to sort of relying on these problems to exist so that our NGOs can continue to exist. That question of like reformism and sort of the extent to which we're willing to go, I think is a very big issue related to this question of decolonizing, right? If we're not open to sort of different ways of organizing, not just different people doing the organizing, but different methods of organizing, then we're not going to get to addressing those same issues. So that, I think, maybe bringing us on, if that's okay with you, to why we are here and what was the product of this collective work, and was actually thinking about, okay, what would that alternative vision of change be? What would that alternative ecosystem, what type of ecosystem and what type of digital organizing do we actually want to see? And that very much was the product of the 3-year process that we've talked about. So with that being said, I would love if we could change the slide. Yes, we also had slides. Thank you, Chiara. With that being said, I would love if you, Laurence, would take some time to talk a little bit about like all of that very depressive stuff being said. What is the vision that came out of this collective work, and how do you see a different form of digital rights organizing?
Yeah. I think one of the things is, specifically right now, and also with all the things that you've mentioned, both of you, like all of you, regarding Congo, Palestine, Sudan, Haiti, Tigray, I think like the list is non-exhaustive, and that's perhaps what is so depressing. We can't afford despair, right? We need to hope, and yet like we are all in a state of quite like big despair, like around me, like people are, yeah, it's just hard, right? Right now it's hard to find the technology of hope in ourselves. And yet we need to hope, because we come from generations of people that have used hope as a motor to advance and create change and make things happen when it didn't seem possible, right? So I mean, like this is also a tradition of change. So how do we create hope, right? What is the technology of hope, and how do we make it happen? I think was a bit like the question that was underlying this process. Now I'm saying that retrospectively, obviously. And so listening today to a lot of the discussions, what was very striking is at the first panel that I went to, so I mentioned it, the digital welfare state, Alex from La Quadrature du Net, he was talking about the question of the litigation and what they were planning on attacking, right? They were like, okay, it's about the risk assessment system in France that is used by the la CAF, which is like the, how do you explain that? The basically like childcare benefit, yeah, thank you, childcare benefit, family benefit in France, and it has been proven that it's discriminatory to a certain degree. Like the researchers have the algorithm, and they're planning to take it to court. And they're like, okay, but the algorithm is discriminatory because the policies that they're like implementing is discriminatory. So the algorithm is actually efficient in the framework that is discriminatory, and that's the issue, right? And they were like, okay, but why are we attacking in court? If we attack the question of discrimination, are we going as far as attacking then the framework in which they are embedded? And I think other discussions, I think in SIDA's moderated panel around infrastructure, I think it was an invitation of rethinking, redefining what privacy means on one hand, and also what privacy does, specifically within the framework of digital rights. Are we actually, through the current framework that we're using, empowering big tech, which I'm supposing is not the goal of many of us in the room, because of the framework that we have. Actually, the encryption industrial complex, as we could call it, is actually reinforcing big tech instead of dismantling them. How are we understanding privacy as within a democratic questions? And a lot of people then were asking in the Q&A, how do we then, if the legal framework doesn't work, what do we do? How do we do it? And I think a lot of us sometimes we're like, okay, we have done the research. We know what the problem is, right? I think like a lot of the things we said before, everybody was like, okay, yeah, we know about that. This is fucking depressing. What do we do, right? And how do we do it? Sorry, I was cursing. It is awfully depressing. So, how do we do it? What do we do? And so the process basically was like 3 years of all of us exactly being in that state of like pending between like, oh, this is depressing, what do we do, how do we do it, I don't have an idea, do you have an idea, oh no, I don't know, oh, this is horrible, is this horrible? Anyway, and at the end, something happened, which is a program, which I think like all of us, while we were making it, were very unsure that it would happen. So I think that's also about just like leaning into the uncertain. It's an invitation to that. And in the end, came this ecosystem that you can see that was illustrated by Kritika. And so this ecosystem was about thinking, what would a digital justice system for Europe look like? And because if we understand that digital justice is transfeminist, migration, disability, racial, social, environmental justice, all of that, what is not happening right now in Europe that needs to happen, and how can we make it happen? So one of the diagnoses is we don't have a shared language. Okay, this is a diagnosis. How do we get to that point that we have a shared language or a shared understanding? The decision makers are not probably appropriate to help to make the change happen that a lot of us wish to that a lot of us wish for. Okay, how do we change that? The question of what was your point actually, Sarah? She's like, I made so many good points.
The agenda setting was one of them. Like, how do we understand digital rights, reformism, another one.
Yeah, exactly. The tactic, the practices. So, how do we create places where we can reinvent practices to imagine the world that we want? And I think all of those elements are part of the ecosystem now. So basically, the ecosystem is organized around two main ideas, two main principles, which are like imagining, organizing, and supporting. So imagining is important because, as we have talked about, right now, sometimes we are at a loss when we think about what can we do. So we need to invest in imagination. We need to invest in how we actually do things and what are the digital rights and what are the digital realities we want, right? Because often we are backed into just commenting on a world that is not the one we are dreaming of, and we're just like stuck into what is impossible, and we're just like, okay, this is impossible, so let's negotiate with like the violent reality that we're in. What about we imagine it? What are the digital realities that we want? What are the digital futures that we actually want? What do they look like? How complex are they? How multiple are they? How rich are they, right? Where are the rooms in the digital rights field currently where that is happening? Right? I mean, like, if we look at it, it's not happening. Often we are like stuck into, and it's very important, understanding what is going wrong. But where are we imagining what could go right? So that is like with the knowledge and imagining spaces, that's one part of the program about creating those rooms, centering transfeminist organizations, black feminist organizations, environmental justice organizations that are invited to meet in retreats and just like with the support of technologists and researchers, as the questions they want to ask, like as stupid as they think they could be about like tech, and also just think about, okay, let's imagine what would it look like? What would we do if we were the one developing algorithm? What would it look like? If we were the one developing infrastructures, what type of infrastructures would we develop? Like those kind of things, like the sheer things of imagining. And then at the end of those retreats would be, okay, what type of research piece, what type of knowledge do you want to work on for the next year, 2 years, to be able to concretize one piece of it? Right? Just like, what type of knowledge don't you have that you would need to be further along your dream, right? And then like working on that. So like, again, doing research, like community-centered research is also about that. It's like investing in the dreams and the imagining of people. And that could be also about like actually doing research on negative things, but to turn them around, right? So it's just about like the projection. The Digital Liberation Retreat is a place where the people meet. Because what we don't have in Europe is a place where racial justice organizations, social justice organizations, environmental justice organizations, transfeminist organizations, migrant organizations, and digital justice organizations all meet together and center the question of justice and tech. Because I think a lot of us have had the experience that we meet at digital rights events and we are invited in, which is like, thank you. But we have to have the discussion we want to have actually as like sideways. Like we have the discussions in between the sessions. We have the discussions afterwards. Like, okay, let's grab a drink and talk about actually like everything is happening. And probably it's also vital and it's normal to do that. But what would be if the whole retreat was about justice, right? Centering justice and how we fight for justice, taking into account the digital realities we live in, right? And that's the dream behind digital liberation. The digital liberation retreat would be like 4 to 5. It will be. It's going to happen. It will be like 4 days, 5 days perhaps. It's going to be hopefully very spacious. So like people are not going to feel like they run from one session to the other. Just like that's one thing. It's not a critic to the privacy camp. Great organization, you all. Just like in general, it will be hopefully also centering practices of joy, because joy is needed to actually create hope. It will talk about practices, so how do we do things, as well as content, so what are we doing things on? And that will concern not only organizational structures, so what type of organizations do we need to make the radical work that we are aiming for, because often also the organizational structures that we're in are limiting our capacity to do things, right? So what type of organizations do we need, and how do we get there? And a lot of people have done a lot of work, are doing a lot of work to do that. The thing is, we don't have a space to share it. So perhaps like the Digital Liberation Retreat is that space. Talking about funding, because another thing that is not really helping us transforming things is the way funding is structured. So having discussions among grantees about what is going on and what needs to change, what are the issues they've been encountering when it relates to funding, how do they want to organize around that instead of having like siloed fights with their funders? Is there a way of collectively like fighting against it? So there is going to be a space for that. And the other thing is having a joint vision, not for the 5 next years, but perhaps for the year to come. And one of the thing we're aiming for at the Digital Liberation Retreat is to have a digital justice manifesto. So something that is going to be the priorities for the year to come in terms of thematic things where people think, okay, it will be very important if we are working on that, like concentrating effort on that. Probably it could be like an opportunity to build coalition around that. And it could be like something that is adding to an existing coalition. So saying like, okay, perhaps we're not talking about that yet. How do we have resources to do that? Or it could be a new idea for people that are not like already working together to be able to work together. It also obviously is meant to be a call to the funders to say like, we have our priorities, are they matching yours? And if not, why, right? Because I think also that's also important. It's also important to have those conversations. So that's the Digital Liberation Retreat. That's around organizing. I'm giving snippets. There are much more elements in the program that is going to be available soon, so you can see all of the wonderful elements. I'm doing just like examples. Another one that I like is the. Am I stealing yours? You did. Yeah. Okay, then I just like Oh yeah, and the other thing that we want to do is be able to resource those activities, because obviously one of the things that also is preventing racial, social, economic, transfeminist, environmental, migration, disability, social justice organizations to be more active when it comes to digital issues is just they are drastically under-resourced. We are not well-resourced. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, as a fund, working for a funder, perhaps I'm like, but a lot of digital rights organizations are not well-resourced, but the other organizations are even less resourced, and I think that's a big problem. And one of the ideas, like, to resource them, and to resource them in a way that is also aligned with an understanding of philanthropy as the problem, not the solution. So how do we do that? And so I think one of the questions that you are asking yourself, perhaps, is, okay, it's ambitious, it's a lot of things, who is going to coordinate all of that? And so I think that's one of the questions that the participants also asked, and they were also very adamant that although EDRI and DFF have been leading on that work for up until now. They were not perhaps the best equipped to continue that because both very much in the digital rights field, both central to that, also like both actually organized by the digital rights field. So also like we are like, also, what is this noise? Okay. We are also very much like within this type of practices. So what we are trying to develop now, and we are developing now, is a new entity. There is going to be a hosted for the time being at DFF, which is called Weaving Liberation. Because one of the things that was also a bit complicated with the process is the name. So, for example, Sarah Chender, that is here, has never gotten the name right once today. She keeps on calling it decolonizing digital rights there. It's decolonizing the digital rights field in Europe process. But exactly, it's too long. So like, we're just like, it's, you're just like, you're playing with my nerves. So it's we're calling this new entity Weaving Liberation. It is going to be an entity that is that aims at coordinating the digital liberation retreat, supporting organizations to get into contact with one another, also creating material and also support for organizational change, but also partnerships, so like technologies of partnerships, so that they're not extractivist. And also do some funding. So it's never going to, like, hopefully at some point we're going to get Mackenzie Scott grant, and then we can give a lot of money. But until then, it's not going to be core funding in that sense, or like not substantial core funding, but it's still going to hopefully support the organizations in a way that they can develop their capacity when it comes to digital rights issues. And now I'm going to give you the floor, Sarah Chanda.
So, yeah. Could we go to the next slide, please, Chiara? So this was a bit of an introduction to the program and also how that will go on in the future. So thank you, Laurence, for that. As two participants in the process who actually created that program, amongst 28 others, Miriam and Luca, is there anything specific from the program that you think people who are just starting to engage with this idea, this vision of this new ecosystem, is there anything particularly you think that is there anything particularly remarkable that you want to point out of it? Is there anything you particularly want to share?
No, I think I would say I was involved in the process, and I'm afraid I'm going to get the name wrong as well. The process we're talking about, I was very involved from the beginning, and it was a bit complicated at the beginning to understand what it was about, because it was actually very ambitious. And you know, when everybody who's working for an NGO or something, like you're such on the day-to-day responses, like, oh, there's a new submission response I have to make, I have to do this report, etc. And suddenly there was like, oh, we're going to take our time to do this right. And it was, maybe it wasn't like right the whole time, like there was like some tension and things like this, but it was really like this several-year process of coming together and discussing like what are we talking about when we talk about decolonizing the digital rights fields in Europe program. Gosh. And then we came up with like, you know, this plan, strategy, etc. And I think for us, it was also like the opportunity to really ask important questions where we basically don't have the answer. And I was part of the funding working group with several people who are either working for funders or working for NGOs, underfunded, underrepresented, etc. And we had the opportunity to talk in depth about what would, you know, a just approach look like in a relation between funders and our organization. And the truth is, like, there is no answer to this. Like, we shouldn't need philanthropy to survive and to fight for a better world. Like, we know this. We shouldn't depend on Mackenzie, who's the wife of Bezos, right? You know, ex-wife. Like, no, I mean, we need her now. She's in the room. But I think there is this like huge, like this huge paradox of like our organization who are fighting for like racial, economic, social justice to say like, oh, what is the best way to like, relate with funders where their funding is coming from mostly like, big capitalist, enterprise, etc. And I think like there was some really good conversation about this. And like, I think one of the outcomes is to create, like continue this conversation and have, for example, like a lab that will bring together different representatives of both like NGO, marginalized communities, and funders as well to discuss how can we improve our relationship, how can we work together so that your aim and our aim aligns as well. And if you say if your aims don't align with us, like, how do we make you change that so then your aims are a bit more right? But I feel that, I'm on the steering committee of the Red Umbrella Fund, which is one of the only funder by and for sex workers. And all these questions are so important because we spend so many time begging for money in order to do the work that's vital. And I think we all know this, that it's like, we are overworked, underpaid, and like we're constantly in like this demanding situation with funders in order, like, for sex workers' rights, it's just absurd, like how little money there is. And we basically are like on 1-year contract, and hopefully we got enough money next year to continue our work. And it shouldn't be like this, and it shouldn't be like this for any organization. But then it doesn't really question like why are these funders able to access such huge funding when they come from like, Amazon, etc. So I think it's sort of like questioning this relationship between grantees and donors, but looking as well as creating, how was like the name we had for it? Reimagining and redistributing. But it was in particular, for example, like, grantees coalition, where grantees could come together. Like, lots of us are, for example, getting funding from the same funder, but we don't talk with one another, and we're like put into this competition with like, oh, again, for sex workers' rights, it's ridiculous. There is 2 regional networks in the region, and we are constantly in competition for like an extremely small amount of money, and it shouldn't be like this. And funders should realize like this, that they are fostering competition between groups in order to like distribute a bit of money. So I think there's all this conversation around funding that were very interesting, and hopefully we can continue to have them.
Actually, before I say something, what you said earlier about people in the movement, in the digital rights movement, talking about how political the movement should be, that is very triggering to me as someone from the climate movement, and it gives me cold shivers. So maybe I can impart some wisdom. As someone who's been in the climate movement for many years, your movement should be as political as possible, because the climate movement is hot garbage right now. It is a hot mess because so many people refuse to make it political, because as soon as it doesn't come to fucking recycling, no one can agree on anything. And it's impossible. Like, look at what's going on right now. And because we're getting to a world that is more and more on fire, and we have more and more, what is this new word people came with, like super crisis, intra-crisis, like, I mean, things are linked. Everything is linked, and the crises that we're going to see in the future are going to be linked. And if you work on a single issue, you're not going to know how to respond to it. You're going to be completely lost. You're going to become irrelevant, which is, honestly, sorry, but what's happening right now with some climate organization, and as it should be. But it's just, just don't do this. Please, please don't do this. I mean, maybe. Like the, climate for white people is like gardening. Maybe privacy is digital rights for white people. Yeah. We're gonna work on that. We'll get a T-shirt soon. Merch coming. No, it was that point. And I think, I had the same point as you, so you stole my point about the retreat. It's fine. I think one thing that came, for me that was interesting is that, so we worked in different working groups, right? We came together in plenaries, et cetera, discussed, but the bulk of the work was done in smaller groups. And this retreat, in some form or the other, came up in most of the groups. And for me, that was really something that was a testament to people's need for connection, for communication, for like holding space to come together. And I think that's also one of the things I found most valuable about the process, is that the holding of the space of, which isn't necessarily you're leading something or you're coordinating, but it's just organizing a space for people to feel able to come and empowered and have discussion there, and then kind of making sure that things happen along the way. But yeah, it really is something that came up in a lot of the working groups, and I was like, well, that's interesting. We didn't talk about this at all with different groups, but everybody came up with some version of, we need to get together in a room and talk, with kind of space and time to talk about what we want. And I think that hopefully for me is also because like you said, Luca, everything's about power. We need to build power, and that's another great thing about this program is it's really focused on building power and empowering each other. And then once you have that, and once you have the common vision, that's where the kind of diversity of tactic comes in. It's like you might need some advocacy, you might need some legal, strategic litigation, you might, et cetera, but if we all work together towards the same vision, then that's great. Then we're reinforcing each other, and we're all kind of fulfilling our own role within the movement, the ecosystem of the movement. But if we don't have the same goals, and we're basically kind of fighting over each other, canceling each other out, which again is something that happens a lot in the climate movement because of this lack of political vision and analysis, then that's when things kind of become an issue. And on the hope, I always go back to Mariam Kaba, who said hope is a discipline, and that's the inspiring quote of the day for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like Mariam Kaba, but also like I want to quote Majid Cissé, who was a leader in the movement of the sans-papiers in France, and we also said like the only battle that are already lost is the one we are not taking, right? And I think it's also about fighting for the things we need instead of the things we think we can have. Yeah, I think there is also something to be said about the program is a lot of the reflection of the process. Like the things that we saw working in the process, that we valued in the process, are actually now in the program. So it's like a bit of like, I think, I think we did it more or less consciously, but I think like, and in the end, when reading the programs, like a lot of things that happen in smaller ways in the process. So that was also interesting to see. Yeah, 3 minutes left. Q&A? No? Someone has a question? Yeah, you. Yeah, I can run to you. Or Claire can run to you.
That's walking, Claire. Beautifully, that's beautifully walking.
Thank you. So I will try to be short. So I'm wondering if you have like an organization who's just getting started on their journey to be like into the digital rights field, then do you have some kind of tips or reflections to make? More precisely, I'm thinking that if you're working, like I'm from an organization working on the rights of persons with disabilities, and one problem is that many times someone who makes like something that's supposed to be an assistive technology, let's say speech recognition that makes into text what you're saying, they forget to train it on for people who have speech difficulties, and then it doesn't become that tool that it should be. And I think generally, if we want to solve the problem, maybe we have to be more active as a disability rights movement, maybe train our members so they know how to give feedback to developers, but at the same time, from a principle point of view, then we're sort of making the work of the inventors in some way. And I was wondering, like, reasoning there between what's right from a principle point of view and maybe what's more practical to solve the problem, if you have any reflections to contribute with on that issue, if you encountered it when you worked on the program.
Yeah.
Thank you. If there are, it will be responded to. Is there any other question? I'm not ignoring you, I'm just being told to ask if there are more questions, and now there are no other questions. Yes.
We are at time.
So slow.
Thank you. So my name is Meher. Thank you for the panel. First of all, it was really, really interesting, brilliant, and I really enjoyed it. My question is more like, like there are so many things that, as a person that works in the Brussels kind of NGO bubble, and we deal a lot of like, I feel like we are always kind of doing more like fire extinguishing all the time when like Commission throws one bad proposal after the other, and a lot of people in the room, I think, feel the same, and sometimes we don't have the time to kind of imagine and reflect and have this space to imagine a better world. So I feel we have these discussions which are really inspiring, but then we go back and we just do the same things over and over. And like, if you have any advice for people like me, like now I'm going to go back, and how can we bring this kind of creating space within the organizations that we work? Like, how do we communicate it to our management, for example, or how do we propose changes to the structures of our organizations that would allow us to take the space and time and to kind of imagine a world and take the time to change things, maybe slowly, but yeah. So I hope it was clear. It will be very useful. Thank you.
We all do a little answer, short answer to each one.
Let's take like 20 minutes and finish, Claire. Claire is just saying, like, there is a whole piece of work that we did that I'm not mentioning, and she's a bit pissed. This is why we're creating Weaving Liberation, to free ourselves from. This is not true. Obviously not true. On the question, the first question, I think the two questions are related, because it's about like imagining the tech worlds that serve us, and how do we do that in a way that we are not self-exploiting, like we're not self-exploiting. So I think there's different ways to think about it. In the digital world, right, in the digital rights world, digital activism world, there are a lot of people that are like developing software, less people that are developing their own hardware, but they have like their own servers and stuff like that. So a lot of people that are doing that, right? The question is, why are they never like in conversation? Why are they never in our groups? So I think one of the things that like in the program, one of the elements is I think it's the digital coalition that it's called, and it's exactly about like creating the spaces where technologists, but also researchers and different organizations get in contact to build designs, right? And I think like obviously this is limited because to build any software, depending on how complex they are, it demands a lot of money, and it also at some point, and I think it was also touched upon this morning, you have to rely on other type of systems. So like I think like that's a bit like where this dreaming is a bit limited for now. But it's still like, for example, I think for the software you were mentioning, like if you were in contact with technologists and created something that was open source and something like that, perhaps that's a solution. The question is like, where is the money that you could find to do that? Is that where your priority lies right now? It seems like it's a high priority or something like that. And then like, how do we create the space for that? You know, and I think like, for example, that's literally what you say, what you did is what we want to do in the knowledge and imagining space. So having this conversation is like, oh yeah, that is not possible. How do we do that? What are like the barriers to do that? What are like the risks to doing that? And how do we mitigate those risks? And what do we need in the room? And who do we need in the room? And I think that right now there are no specific space for that because it happens probably in your organization that you have this conversation, but probably it happens in a lot of other disability justice organizations all over Europe. So like, what happens if you all get in a room? What are you going to come up with, right? And it's a bit like the idea of that. And I think for Meher, your question is a bit linked as well, is I think, again, if we don't change organizations, we will be unable to change the results. So if we don't have organizations that actually create room for imagining, then you can't do it. Because what are you going to do? You're not going to sleep. You know, it's like, you just like, this is the truth is like, you need, like, it's the shift, like, it's a collective question. It's like, how do we collectively organize around imagining as a tool, as an effective tool for change? How do we think it is effective? How do we use, for example, like the next file from the Commission as a tool for imagining? You know? So like, instead of having like, how do we use the amendment work as a tool for imagining, which is already, right? I mean, like, every time you write an amendment, what you're writing is a fictional world, right? Like an alternative reality. I think the problem is, are we embracing that fully when we do that work? Or what are we negotiating with when we write them? And why are we negotiating that? I think the question is then, like, what are the conditions to be able to not negotiate when we do the amendments work, when we do that. And it's the question of strategy. So who are we in strategy with? Who are we in coalition with? How do we prepare the amendment when we're in coalition? Are we giving like the space when we do the coalition work for full-on imagining without the imagination being interrupted? Because I think often also, and I think it's part of the process, but let's beware of the voice in ourselves that says it's not realistic. Because it's not realistic for whom? Because I think like this world is not realistic for a lot of people to still live in it. So for whom isn't it realistic? And why aren't we like going for it? So I think like that's my answer. I don't know if it's really helpful, but I think like it's about organizational change, it's about practice, change of practices, and it's about creating the spaces for those discussions.
Do either of you want to add? Otherwise, I can maybe sum up. Yeah, go for it. No,
No, I think the question around like, you know, no, I'm gonna, oh, wait, what?
In 30 seconds.
No, okay, go, speak, I spoke enough. Speak to me after the break.
So a theme of this work, maybe to sum up, is that it's quite long, and this panel is a metaphor for that. But also just a sort of testament to the fact that these are really deep conversations, and they're really like way beyond the reactionary policy spaces, reactionary organizing spaces that we often find ourselves in. And we need to have conversations like that if we're actually going to make meaningful change. So that being said, I really hope that you come to us, you are interested to engage more with the program and the vision that we put out. You'll hear more from Weaving Liberation and from the program when it's released, so please do engage with it. And just thank you so much, even though you didn't get to say anything, thank you so much for coming to this conversation with us. And thank you to you all.
You can stay in this room. I think we're going to have some closing words, and everybody else is invited to enter. And you can also go or stay. Oh, help us move the chairs.
You need help?
Yes. The table, the thing.
Maybe you've seen my remarks on social media. Real apparently the one panelist can provide super technical perspective. See you later.
stage first, or because apparently we are supposed to be on stage during Claire's
Yes.
thanks to...
So I'm gonna go do a bit of the speech, and then I'm going to invite Claire to La La La. Yeah? So, have a seat, everybody. You are not far from the drink. Please have a seat. Are we ready? This is the beginning, yet another beginning of yet another end of yet another successful privacy camp. Can I have a show of hands? Woo! Nice. I think we can declare it a successful one. I'm quite happy. I promise I'll make my speech short. Every year they ask me to do this, to sit between you and a drink, and I enjoy doing the closing speech, but I don't enjoy that role because I know it hurts. So I'll try to make this not painful. My name is Andrea Bellu, and I've been in the Privacy Camp Committee for about 6 years. And I have to say that this year has been quite different. And it's been different because 2024 is an electoral year, yes, of course, but is an electoral year in which digital is high on the agenda. Somehow, since the last elections in the parliament, everybody realized digital is critical. Infrastructure, digital is important. And what you've heard from the morning are a lot of visions that matter and should matter. And we should really, come from today thinking, how do we unite this and counter all the other political manifestos that are challenging privacy and trying to push innovations instead. Today, we've tried with the Privacy Camp content to contribute to this, to contribute to potential bridges that you're going to build between you and conversation you're taking forward. We have an opportunity to rethink, to really reimagine, to question our own assumptions, to question status quo, and move to think bigger and move in 2024 beyond that. Together with the Content Committee, we selected a program that critically investigates the logics behind all types of systems, political, institutional, socio-technological systems that have enabled and enable a lot of injustices today and inequalities. We've discussed accessibility in the digital society, data centers, health data, wartime surveillance, intimate image-based abuse, digital justice organizing, collective litigation, immigration tech, just to name a few. We also hosted the 5th edition of the EDPS Civil Society Summit. And I think this is really a nice celebration for the ongoing fruitful dialogue that the European Data Protection Supervisor has been having with members of the civil society of human rights advocacy. And we feel very humbled for what we've achieved here today because it's been the effort of many, many people. Yes, they are humans, the people that you received lots of emails from. And I would like to spend a couple of minutes really showing you those faces. And I will try to start first with the Content Committee, so I would like to invite Jill on the stage. Come on, please give her a round of applause. Jill is here with us in person, and we welcome you this year as the Content Committee. We've done really, really great work. We have 2 more members. This is Rocco in digital shape. He was here earlier, and wait for it. This is Gloria in printed format. So, thank you to both of them. I would like to move on now to show you the people. No, because there's more people coming. Sorry. I should have given you a heads up. I want to show you the people who've made this organization possible in terms of putting food on the table, literally. And I want to start with my colleague Angie, the Queen of Orga. Come up here, give her a round of applause. Shubham, you've done all the communication. Please come up here. We have Katarina and Claire, who made sure we have plenty of money here to organize. Chiara, Brian, Nevena, Asita, Ella, Sarah, Chloe, Jan, Ichaso, Jean, and Vicky. Please, don't be shy. These people worked a lot. Well done. Come through. And of course, we would like to thank La Tricoterie for having us and making this such a cozy space. And now I will invite Claire to say a few words about a special person.
Yes.
Not me.
Is this working? Yes. We wanted, as the field, to use this opportunity to say thank you to somebody who's been so useful and so key and pivotal to the field. Vera Franz from the Open Society Foundations, whose term is unfortunately ending soon. So I'm going to call anybody from the field, from EDRI in particular, who wants to join me in paying tribute to Vera. Calling you soon as well. Vera, please come up. Vera has been a really important member of the community, without whom there wouldn't be the actual support to EDRI, but also to many EDRI members. Epicenter Works, the Open Rights Group, Privacy International, Access Now, Panopticon, DFF, it's not an EDRI member, but TACD, everyone is telling me a name, so if you have more names, please. But I know there wouldn't be an EDRI without you, and there wouldn't be a privacy camp either. And beyond setting up like this original digital rights org, I know you went on to think about more issues and how they relate to the state of democracy globally, and all of the work you've done in the recent years as well to bringing more actors and to really enlarge on these topics about technology. Thank you so much for being really committed to the cause and for being a true ally. So yeah, this is a tribute. Anybody wants to say something?
It's quite overwhelming. Thank you, Claire, and thank you, everybody. It's just been truly, truly amazing. Basically, I was, as I'm here, I was thinking, when did I come first across EDRI? Mind, this makes so much noise. Thank you. And it was if I remember correctly, I'll be short. I know the drinks are waiting, but it was, I think, in 2002 when I first joined OSF, and I had a bit of a budget. I built my own Excel sheet so I would know where the money goes. And I told myself I need to educate myself about the space. I better know what I'm doing here. And this is when I came across the EDRI GRAM. And I said to myself, oh my God, these people actually know what they're talking about. I need to meet them. And so one of my very first grants out of OSF was to support the EDRI GRAM. The rest, of course, is history. And all of this to say that I've really, what I know about technology, about tech policy, I've learned from you, from this community. And just want to thank you for all the generosity over the years in sharing. Also, I want to say one thing. I want to thank you for the trust, because I'm aware, being a funder, you come into every room and you bring lots of complicated power dynamics. And I felt I was always allowed to be an activist, to be able to plot with you together. And for that, really, I will be endlessly grateful for. Lastly, most importantly, thank you for your work. It is so very hard. It is relentless. It doesn't stop. It's many days, many nights, often. But I think it's also worth thinking what we have achieved in these 20 years. And, you know, my sense is the world is really looking to Europe for how we're trying to govern technology for communities, for societies. But all of us here, and I think that's why we're here, also know so much more work lies ahead. But I'm just so hopeful because I see this community being so dedicated, sophisticated. Importantly, it's growing and it is changing. And that really is what gives me the hope. Tom, we were saying over lunch, what makes a good activist? That is making the impossible possible. So here's to that, and here's to all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with those words, we would, of course, like to thank you, because you are part of this community, and the epigram that Vera was mentioning is written by many of you from many of your insights. I think today you've been an extremely active audience. I heard a lot of people that had a lot to comment, good and bad, which is great, about the sessions that they've seen. So I hope that it was a fruitful, juicy conversation that you've experienced as a whole day. We would like to invite you to enjoy the food for thought and the drinks for the body and soul over there starting from now, and see you next year. Thank you.